Welcome to another extra special Table Read Tuesday, where we're reading a contest winner from one of our very own, Angelina Peterson's feature film, and it's called The Mural. And we'll be reading that soon. But first, let's introduce you to this amazing lady cast. So we have the fantastic, great Vicky Dykes.
Hi, I'm Vicki Dykes. Tonight I will be reading the action and description for the first half, and I have a character. I believe it's Aiska. I hope that's how it's pronounced. And that's it.
Awesome, awesome. And how about you, Heather Lee Cameron?
Hi, my name is Heather Lee Cameron. I'm an actor, I'm a writer, and I'm a freelance artist from Lethbridge, Alberta, and I will be narrating the actions and descriptions for the second half, and I will be playing Lucy and Loretta.
Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. All right. Next, Morgan's Toll.
Hi, Morgan. I'm excited to read tonight, to read Angelina's script. I'll be playing Cole, I believe.
Very nice. And Petra Stedman.
Hello. Petra Stedman, actress, writer, on occasion, playing the role of Eve. Very fascinated to see what this is about. So let's see.
Awesome. I'm super excited to see what it's all about. And here we are on YouTube streaming right now, along the other places. So if you're here watching, like and subscribe, comment.
And this
Yes.
is Jacob Patrick. He's the dad of TRT. He invented it, Angelina.
Yeah.
He's amazing.
Thank you. So we're going to read The Mural, and then we'll get everybody's feedback on what they thought about it, if they had questions, if they have suggestions to help Angelina with a next draft. So we'll share the screen and get into that. And then we'll talk to everybody afterwards too and see what they're up to and where you can find them. For now, Vicky, when you're ready, you can take it away. We can maybe... Do we need that to be zoomed in a little bit more?
Oh, no, it's good.
Okay, cool.
Okay. The Mural, written by Angel Peterson. Copyright 2021, Draft 1. Fade in. Interior Cole's home, kitchen, day. Old plates with stale food, piles of dust, and misplaced laundry create a disarray that seems to have accumulated over several years. Fatherless family photos cover the walls. In mismatched frame, they hang over cheap old furniture. An urn sits on the only neat shelf in sight, and a picture of a raw print sits beside it. The picture reads, AMKA 2012 to 2019, you were loved. Cole, 19, hiding from the world behind his dark black hair, wheels his brother into the kitchen table. Jules, 11, sits in his wheelchair, in pajamas and beadhead, as Cole serves him a big bowl of Rocky Road ice cream for breakfast.
Hey, take Jules with you, okay?
Lucy, 36, Cole and Jules' worn-out mom in sloppy pajamas, hair in a quick, messy updo, fills a dirty wine glass with water from the faucet and drinks.
Can't.
Oh, come on, Cole. Got to work at 3. Sitter's sick.
Not my problem.
Cole grabs a slice of bologna from the fridge, slams it between 2 plain white slices of bread, grabs a worn-out briefcase from the table, and rushes to the front door.
It's gonna be your problem when we don't have a home to...
Cole carelessly passes through the doorway and slams the briefcase on the side as he passes. It opens and handwritten envelopes spill out.
Cole, stop being such a little turd!
One letter visibly addressed to my son Cole, love Dad. They all appear to have the same handwriting. Cole gathers them up, shuts the case, and leaves. The front door slams shut.
Oh, sorry, kiddo. Maybe next time.
Unfazed, Jules eats his ice cream. Exterior oceanside cliff day. Off the road stands a small ice cream shop with a large decrepit mural of happy people mounted to a brick wall behind it. Eve, 18, so average she would fade into the background of any crowd, wears a hint of rebellion in her bull ring piercing. She walks up to the cliff with soft serve vanilla ice cream. Her mother, Loretta, early 40s, in contrast, is a stunning, beautiful woman in a vibrant, flowing rainbow dress with no fear of being noticed. T-Bird drives by them. Brown-eyed girl blares from the open window. Loretta sings along.
You're my brown-eyed girl.
Eve winces.
Hey, slow down. Let's take a selfie.
Loretta wraps a hand holding an ice cream around Eve with a phone in the other. The ice cream drips onto her shirt.
Shit!
Language!
Eve wipes off the ice cream and licks it off her finger. Loretta passes Eve a tissue and looks at her with adoration.
Hon, I have something to tell you.
Eve, preoccupied, tries to clean her shirt.
You listening?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe sit down for this.
Mom, just tell me.
Okay. It's just very important, and no one is going to care that there's a little ice cream on your shirt.
Eve stops what she's doing to look at her mom, annoyed.
Thank you.
Eve rolls her hand as if to say, hurry up.
I love you.
Eve rolls her eyes.
That's it?
Loretta laughs and gives Eve a side hug with playfulness.
Yeah, that's it. That's lots. It's the most important thing to ever come out of my mouth.
Eve scoffs.
What? What could be more important than that?
It's just words.
They aren't just words. Not to me.
Eve stands with pursed lips and takes a deep breath in, as if she's about to say something. Eve turns and walks off, shaking her head.
Eve, what is your problem? Why can't you have a bit of fun with me?
Eve gives an incredulous look.
You know what day this is, and you won't even bring up his name.
Eve throws the cone against the mural. It drips down.
I don't even like vanilla. That was his favorite, not mine.
Loretta, stunned, shakes it off.
Oh, everybody loves vanilla. Look!
Loretta points to two birds circling over, waiting for their chance to go in for the ice cream.
See? Gosh, they are so pretty. Even they like vanilla.
Loretta smiles at the birds and enjoys a moment.
When are you going to be real? If I had a kid, I wouldn't hide from them. I would pretend everything's okay.
Everything is fine, Eve. It's a beautiful day. We're at our favorite spot.
His favorite, Mom. His.
Eve grabs a medium-sized rock and throws it towards the cliff.
What's today, Mom? What is today? Tell me.
They stand in silence, looking at each other.
What's today?
Tears well up in Loretta's eyes.
You can't even say it, can you? If you're going to bring me out to his favorite spot to eat his favorite food, you can at least talk to me about him.
Eve waits.
Nothing?
A seagull snatches Loretta's ice cream, and she barely notices. She sits in front of the mural. She's slumped over, destroyed. A small piece of the mural breaks off and lands on her lap. Her happy facade has crumbled.
Look, I didn't mean to make you...
Eve sits beside her mom. All energy has left Loretta's body as she's slumped over, looks at nothing, vacant.
Look, I just wanted a real moment with you. It's good to see that you're human in there. Mom?
I didn't get to tell him I loved him.
Eve lays her head on her mother's shoulder. Loretta, totally in her own world.
He knew. You didn't have to say it.
Tears roll down Loretta's cheek. Eve takes a big breath in. A bird squawks and Loretta sits up, animated like a puppet. with a fake smile as if nothing has happened.
I guess he likes my ice cream. Should we get more?
Eve lets go the breath and she held in and looks away from her mom. Eve plasters a smile on her face to juxtapose her sad eyes.
I'm good, Mom. How about a selfie?
Eve takes out her camera for a selfie with her mom against a mural. Takes a few funny faces and all.
Ew, not that one. My double chin.
But I like that one. I was feeling extra happy there.
Delete it.
No.
Eve, delete it, please.
Loretta reaches for the phone and Eve holds it back.
I'm not deleting it. It's a very real moment that I don't want to let go of.
Eve brings the phone down to look at it. Mom grabs the phone.
Mom, don't you dare delete it.
Oh, I won't. I just want to look.
Promise?
Promise.
Okay.
Loretta scrolls through the photos from the day. They both laugh and enjoy it. Eve freaks out.
Mom, give it here.
Why?
Just please, give me my phone.
Loretta stands up with the phone and looks through, scrolling.
Mom!
Loretta stops. The phone falls from her hands.
I told you to give it here. It was just the once.
Loretta covers her ears.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
The sound of a semi-truck horn blasts as it whips past on the highway. Exterior graveyard night. Eve and Cole walk through the graveyard.
Every year, Mom spends the day trying to distract us from the fact that he ever existed.
And Cole says,
She's away from her computer. Work.
I'll do.
Well, I mean, do any of us really exist these days?
I'm starting to forget the sound of his laughter.
Eve stops and turns to stand facing the grave they came there to see. Cole looks to Eve, turns away, looks up and shakes his head. He climbs onto a monument. She stands silent.
You know this isn't even his grave. I just picked one out because I wanted a place to visit him.
Where is he?
Spread out somewhere over the interstate. Bits of his ash washed down the drain of every car wash in the state, probably.
Eve stares off into her memories.
Brutal.
He was so heavy in that box.
Eve looks up at Cole.
Light for Dad, I guess. I got to carry him in the car. How all that man, all that he ever was, fit in a little wooden box that fit in my lap.
Yeah, it's weird. I thought about that when my dog, when she died, carrying her home.
Eve doesn't even hear Cole.
I can still taste the grit in my teeth. It wasn't like ash from the fireplace.
Cole winces and brushes his tongue over his teeth.
You know, it's the most vivid memory I have of him now.
The wind blows Eve's hair around and into her face. She turns so the wind blows her hair back.
I wanted him to be there to hold me, not sucked up my fucking nostrils.
I don't suck anything up my nostrils. Nope. Strictly the good stuff for me.
We had to burn my favorite dress. Mom couldn't bring herself to wash him off. Just didn't seem right, she said.
Eve kicks the dirt.
I just want to remember him. Him, not the taste of his ashes on my tongue. Is that too much to ask?
Eve turns to look at Cole.
Why do you never talk about your family?
You're like a man of mystery.
Boy.
Fuck off. Come here.
Cole reaches for Eve and only reaches her hair to pull her close and give her a kiss.
Ew! You told me to fuck off?
I'm teasing. But I should bring you home.
I'm not going home.
Your mom's going to be worried.
Oh, fuck my mom.
Cole looks up with a grin. Eve smacks him on the shoulder. He grabs her hand. Cole helps pull her up. He has a tattoo of a dog on his forearm. Eve has some nasty scars from past unsuccessful suicide attempts and cutting. Cole hands over the monument and traces the etched names with his fingers. They lay atop the monument and look at the stars, sounds of swigs of whiskey, breath, and distant cars. Eve's lost in thought.
He said I look beautiful in that dress. I think. He's disappearing like his ashes in the wind.
You are beautiful, even without the dress. Preferably without it, actually.
Eve sits up and changes the topic.
Okay, so which is it? Are you a sad, lonely, only child or a sad, forgotten one of many?
I'm not discussing this with you.
Why? What are your parents like?
Will you stop?
No. Tell me about yourself. I mean, you know about my dad.
I don't have family, all right? I have no one. Amco is it. Now stop bugging me.
Eve looks away, looks down at her tummy, and then up.
Let's just go. Get out of here. Start our own family.
What are you talking about?
Us. You and me. Maybe check out the prairies or the mountains or something. Find a place, get jobs. We could have our own family. Little baby Coles and...
No fucking way. I'm not gonna be a dad.
Why not? You'd be great at it.
I'm not fucking up another kid's life.
Another kid?
Cole grimaces, looks to the distance, and sits up straight.
I was a kid once. Fuck that kid up.
Well, that'll help you be an even better dad because you'll know how...
Get off the dad kick, Eve. Fuck, it's not gonna happen.
Cole sits up, pulls out a glass pipe.
You want this for a dad, huh? You think this is what makes a good dad? Fuck.
Eve looks at him and the pipe as he puts a white rock in, lights up, and sticks it in his mouth. A mosquito lands on his hand. He swats it away.
Give it here.
No,
What does it do?
forget it.
What's gonna happen?
It'll take all your troubles away.
Eve focuses on it. She takes a deep breath while she watches the rock teetering on the top of the pipe. She lets her air out slowly. Eve moves to Cole. Eyes move to Cole.
Let me try it.
Eve,
Just don't let me get addicted. Promise?
Cole takes a moment.
promise.
She grabs it from him.
What do I do?
He gently and reverently grabs it back from her, holds it out, places a little white rock in it, never takes his eyes off of it. He melts the rock with a lighter, then lifts the lighter up to look through the flame where Eve is behind it. He watches her for a moment and then takes a deep breath.
Put it in your mouth and suck back gently. Hold it until I say so.
He lifts it to her mouth, stops, locks eyes with Eve.
Blow all your air out.
Cole lights the lighter and brings it down to the pipe.
Now suck it in. Suck it, gently suck, and hold. Hold it. That's good, baby.
He smiles when he sees her eyes get big. Cole nods. Eve exhales. He takes the pipe back and kisses her forehead. Cole takes her hand, turns it over, and looks at the scars on her wrist. Runs his finger over the scar, then looks out into the graveyard. Smile faded.
Whoa. I feel hot.
Yeah.
Eve's phone rings and lights up with Mum on the screen. She fumbles and the phone falls, bounces off a stone, and lands on the grass.
Shit. Okay, well, I can't get it. I can't get down.
You can't even get up?
I can't. I'm stuck, I think. I can't lift my arm.
As she lifts both arms, they laugh. Cole jumps down and uses the gravestone like a balancing beam. Jumps down, squats down to read a gravestone, then swirls around to grab her phone. A new crack runs through the screen. He plays the messages as he runs his finger over the crack.
Eve, pick up the phone.
Beep!
Eve, come on. I need to know you're all right. Call me back. I'm sorry. We can talk.
Beep!
Okay, Eve. Just use protection, all right? I don't want you getting pregnant from that loser. I don't need that. Okay, sorry. Just let me know you're all right. And I still love you.
Beep. Cole shuts the phone off and looks at a stone that says, "The pain is all behind you now, my love."
I want to see my dad. I miss him so much it hurts.
I'd like to meet your dad.
Yeah, I think you'd like that.
Fuck your mom.
Hey, only I can say that.
Cole grabs the pipe and takes another hit, then puts another rock in, puts it to Eve's lips while she's still on the monument, and lights it as Eve takes a drag. Cole kisses her mouth as she blows out and coughs.
Come on, let's go meet your dad.
Eve sits up and looks at Cole.
Okay.
Interior, car, night. Heavy music blares as Cole and Eve drive on the interstate by the ocean.
Stop! This is it.
The car swerves to the shoulder and slides on the loose gravel to a stop. Exterior, cliff by the ocean. They exit the car and look out into the ocean. It's peaceful. Exterior, cliff by the ocean, night, flashback. A young Eve and Loretta stand at the same spot at the edge of the road. Eve in her favorite dress holds her teddy bear, Mr. Fluffy Butt. Present day, Eve and Cole stand in the same spot. Flashback. Loretta holds the box tight and removes the lid. An approaching rig honks his horn continuously as it passes uncomfortably close. The wind swoops around them. Loretta reaches for Eve and fumbles with the box that flips upside down, breaks open and dumps out. The wind from the truck blows the ash onto Eve and into the traffic. Eve throws her hands up to shield her face, which flings Mr. Fluffy Butt over the cliff. Present day, Eve throws her hands up to shield her face. Flashback. Eve's dress wraps around her, covered in her father's ashes. Present day, Cole wraps his arms around Eve. Flashback. Mr. Fluffy Butt floats away on the waves in the ocean like innocence drifting away. Little Eve runs over to the edge to watch. Present day, Eve breaks from his grasp to look out into the ocean. The sound of the faded horn in the distance increases in volume. End flashback. Exterior, cliff by the ocean, night, present day. The blaring horn of a passing truck scares Cole, who pulls an entranced Eve into the car. Exterior, ocean, night. Cole pulls up to a lot. They get out and walk towards the ocean. Cole screams into the ocean and runs at the waves. They surround him, and he turns to Eve.
Come on, your turn.
Eve screams. Cole shakes his head.
Louder. I know you can scream.
Cole winks at Eve. She screams as loud as she can into the ocean.
Again.
Eve screams and runs into the ocean, punches the waves and begins to cry. Cole holds her in his arms. They sink into the water, hold each other and kiss as a wave splashes over them. They walk out together.
Give me another one of those white rocks.
Cole turns and looks right at Eve.
You sure? Because I promised I...
Yes, just give it to me.
Cole turns the music on high, grabs the pipe for them both and lets her go first this time. Cole grabs her, turns her around, lays her down on his hood and lifts up her skirt, lights the pipe up to her, and she sucks it back, this time on her own. The sound of a pant zipper zips. Her head moves rhythmically, like a rag doll with no emotion. Her head stops. Cole zips his pants up. He lowers her skirt, smacks her ass, and walks to her face. She lays still, eyes open. She appears lifeless.
What?
Nothing.
Cole turns around and leans against the car. He watches the waves in silence. Eve stands exactly as he had left her. With energy drained from her, Eve gets up to join him.
This life sucks.
Silence. Cole grabs the pipe and chucks it towards the ocean.
I just want to see him.
Eve rubs the scars on her wrist. Cole watches and grabs it. running his thumb over her scars and kisses them.
Let's do it.
Do what?
Let's go. See him.
For real?
For real.
Cole looks into Eve's eyes. She looks into his. Eve nods.
Fuck this life.
Yeah, fuck you, life. I'm done with you.
Cole and Eve both scream into the ocean. They jump in the car. Music gets turned up, and they speed off. He turns and sees a donut into the parking lot off the highway. The car stops. He faces the mural. Interior car later. Nondescript oldies song plays on the radio quietly. Eve grabs Cole's hand and squeezes. Cole lowers his sun visor. A photo of Jules in a wheelchair is taped to it. Cole's thumb touches Jules' face in the photo, and then kisses his fingertips and touches it again. Amka's dog collar hangs from the rearview mirror. He looks to Eve for one last approval. Eve's look, reminiscent of her mom's vacant stare from earlier. She nods. Cole spins the volume dial to max, steps on the gas. The sound of the tires spin. Exterior mural. The car speeds towards the mural. Brown-eyed girl comes on the radio just as they're about to head.
Stop!
The mural, lit up by the headlights, tires squeal. We hear the sound as metal hits concrete. The windshield shatters. The mural goes to black. The car bounces back, and the light changes. It's brighter, prettier. Headlights are somehow still on and light up the mural. A black butterfly with fluorescent blue wingtips flies from the broken windshield. They sit up and look straight ahead. The mural has changed. It's less decrepit, brighter. The face is slightly disturbing.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Eve exits the car and looks up at the sky. It's full of vibrantly colored stars. Comets fill the sky, and one shooting star goes behind the mural. Eve laughs. Cole joins her. Eve runs around, grabs his hand, and they run towards the ocean cliff. Exterior cliff by the ocean. Night.
I'm alive!
That was fucking nuts. I thought that was it.
I was so scared.
Are you hurt?
No, nothing. I feel great.
Me too.
They silently look at each other in shock. Ocean behind them. They smile.
You're so beautiful.
They kiss, then sit and dangle their legs over the edge and watch the ocean. Brown-eyed girl from the car comes into awareness.
I gotta call Mom. She'll be up waiting for me.
Eve takes out her phone and opens the phone app, but the numbers don't make sense. It looks like hieroglyphics. Eve tries to dial anyways and gets an otherworldly tone. Eve stands up with her back to the cliff and jabs the screen erratically.
What the?
Blue and red flash on her face, and the sound of sirens fade in. Eve looks up to see that police and ambulance vehicles surround their car. Eve grabs Cole's hand, and they run behind a boulder. He squats down, facing the water, leans against the boulder and watches her. They laugh, but try to be quiet. Eve sees a filled body bag rolling towards the ambulance and freaks out. She backs up in shock and steps too far. She falls off the cliff.
Eve.
Cole jumps up and looks over the edge. Cole runs towards the cops and EMT.
Help. Somebody, please. I need help. Help me.
No one looks at him. They're all oblivious to him. He sees himself dead, eyes open, on a gurney before being zipped up. Time freezes, and he slaps his dead face to wake up. The face turns to him.
Fuck off.
Dead Cole freezes in his demise. Cole slaps the face again. Nothing happens. Cole looks around. Time frozen.
Fuck it.
Time comes back, and Cole runs off towards the cliff and jumps off in a swan dive to be with Eve as the EMT zips up the body bag. The EMT roll the gurney into the ambulance. Their two bodies lay on the other side of the cliff, dead on the beach, dead in the ambulance, each lying face up, heads close together, feet opposite, The black butterfly flies past and lands on Eve's hand. Their hands lie together by their faces. There are no scars on her wrist. Mr. Fluffybutt gets washed ashore. The sound of a dog collar jingles as Amka picks up the teddy bear and runs to Cole. She sets the bear on his chest and waits for Cole to respond. Cole's chest rises and falls. Amka barks. Exterior beach day. Amka licks Cole's face. Cole is turned away from Eve. He blinks to see the dog with the ocean behind him. His dog, Amka, a deep amber-colored, large, fluffy dog, alive. The world is incredible. The sky saturated with color. The ground lush with vegetation and otherworldly vibrant colors. Cole breathes in and smiles.
Amka? Amka, you beautiful pup. I missed you. I missed you so much. What are you doing? Hey, Tiger, what you doing? You're my girl.
Cole embraces his old pup from childhood and gives her a good scruff rub. Then gets up and throws the crack pipe-shaped stick his pup dropped at his feet towards the ocean for a game of fetch. Amka brings the stick past Cole to Eve, who has not stirred. Amka whines and nuzzles her to get her to wake and throw the ball. Cole sees her for the first time and runs to her side.
Eve, come on, wake up. Please wake up. Eve, no, you can't.
Cole runs to the ocean, gathers up seawater in the bottom of a scooped-up shirt, and runs back to Eve. He splashes it in her face. She sputters to breathe.
What, Cole?
Cole falls to his knees and onto Eve in an embrace while Amka tries to get in between them. Amka licks her face.
Thank God. Amka, stop. Amka, come here, girl.
Amka? What's happening?
We're here. That's what's happening. We are alive. Well.
She looks around, groggy and out of place.
This is Amka? Like Amka?
Eve grabs Cole's wrist and turns his arm to show his tattoo.
This Amka? Cole?
Yeah, she found me.
Amka's dead.
Yeah.
Cole gives her a smile and an uncharacteristic laugh. Eve looks around and stumbles to get up, sees her phone 10 feet away and staggers towards her phone.
I gotta call my mom.
I don't.
I've got to call my mom, Cole. She needs to know
She begins to hyperventilate, picks up the phone and tries to turn it on. It is a black screen. Still no cracks. Looks up towards Cole with realization.
Dead?
Eve drops to the ground where she stands. The sound of a slap. Interior, hospital night. Eve's mom slaps her face to wake her at the hospital. Stop, pull her off.
Wake up, Eve. Wake up, please, honey.
Exterior beach morning. Eve backs up on her hands and feet like a crab till she falls backwards.
Mom!
It's okay, Eve.
This is not okay. Nothing is okay. Nothing about this is okay. It is not okay, Cole.
Yes, it is. Look.
He bends down to embrace Amka.
We're in paradise. This is what we came for. Your dad is out there, Eve. You just gotta find him. It's all gonna be okay.
Eve jumps up and pushes Cole off the dog.
How could you? You killed us, Cole. You killed me. I can't call my mom. I can't graduate. I can't have children.
Eve touches her stomach with both hands like holding a pregnant belly and then hits Cole repeatedly while Cole tries to calm. Amka whines, tries to pull Eve off, lays down beside Cole, then comes between them to stop Eve. Eve cries, rolls off of Cole, and lays face up beside him on the beach.
We're okay. This is heaven. We're together, all of us.
Cole wipes blood from his mouth and looks at it confused. Eve sighs. Anka drops the stick at Eve's side. She looks down, and it's a crack pipe. She throws it as hard as she can to get it away from her. Anka chases after it, brings it back to her.
Fuck off, dog.
She throws it hard into some bushes. Anka jumps into it, and a flutter of fluorescent, vibrant, gold-colored butterflies swarm out of the bush and around her before they disappear into the sky. Exterior street, day. Eve and Cole walk down a vacant, tree-lined residential street, absent of sound, people, and even wind. It could be a photograph with the stillness.
Where are you going?
Home.
We're in paradise and you want to go home?
Yes.
You think your dad's there?
I don't know.
Don't you want to explore, see what's out there?
No.
Cole jumps ahead and walks backwards, facing her.
Come on, Eve. Look around you. There was never anything this beautiful, this pure on earth. Don't you feel it? It's coursing through my veins, Eve. Like I'm actually happy.
Eve stops and looks directly at Cole.
Who even are you?
Eve pushes past Cole and walks off towards home. Cole laughs, turns around and runs ahead with his dog.
Never felt so good in all my life. Life. I should have done this years ago.
Go away.
I get it. It takes some people more time to accept. Hey, you want alone time? We can take off if you want. Meet by the ocean or I'll come by your house later. Give you time to come to terms. I wonder what sex is like here.
Fuck off, Cole.
You got it.
Cole and Amka run off, but turns around half a block away.
You know, nothing hurts anymore.
Cole turns around and runs down a side street with Amka. Eve stands alone. A shadow sneaks around the corner and follows Cole. Eve catches it out of the corner of her eye. Interior, home, day.
Mom! Mom, are you home? Mom!
Eve looks around, but no one's there. Everything bright and cheery, untouched and in perfect shape. She opens the closet door to her mom's room, and there are no clothes. In the hallway, there are framed photos of her with her parents. She sits down with one of them and folds it to her chest. She takes the photo out and leaves the frame behind. Eve looks through her closet and in her room and finds a dress her mom burned. It's renewed. She takes it out and curls up with it on her bed, grabs a teddy bear from her bed.
Hey, Mr. Fluffy Butt. How long have you been waiting here? You miss me?
Eve stands at the doorway with Mr. Fluffy Butt in hand, dressed too small for her, but she wears it anyways. She sees a shadow knock the frame to the ground. The glass shatters. She turns to leave and slams the door behind her. Exterior, graveyard day. Eve walks through the graveyard.
Dad? Dad! Where are you?
At the grave, she visits her father. Eve pounds the ground, pulls up dirt, and scratches to dig down, her hands bruised and bloodied, dress torn on her back, and there's the shadow of a Yiska, a spirit, sitting atop the monument she first smoked on. You won't find him here. Eve looks around and sees no one. Eve collapses to the fresh soil. She looks at her hand covered in dirt and sees that it sparkles. Looks back up and sees there's no one there.
But I need him.
He's not here. He never was. We never were.
Hello?
Eve sits up and looks around, tears making paths in the dirt on her face. She wipes them, which smears more dirt on.
I don't know how to find him.
She takes out the photo, looks at it, then lays it down in the dirt before covering it up with more sparkling dirt and gets up and walks off. Exterior, cliff by the ocean, day. Eve walks past a mural that has changed slightly, more beautiful on first glance. More horrific images the longer one looks. Vines cover the car. A fox peeks out as she walks past in the direction of the beach. Exterior beach day. Eve sits with Mr. Fluffybutt on her lap. Both are covered in sparkly dirt. The waves just touch her feet. The beauty is breathtaking. She's expressionless. Cole runs past, wearing khaki, rolled up pants with no top, barefoot, huge grin. Anka bounds after him.
Hey, Eve, watch this. Amka, fetch me my muse.
Cole waits with his hand out and a smirk. Eve still motionless and deadpan. Anka places a little stereo in Cole's hand. Cole turns it up and starts to dance ridiculously and joyously to happy music.
Come on, Eve, get up and dance with me.
That's not a muse.
Yes, but it is amusing.
Cole reaches his hand out while dancing in a silly way. Eve gets up and walks away, vacant. Cole continues to dance. Interior, home, night. Eve reaches for an apple from the fruit bowl on the table and takes out a bite. Immediately spits it out. The fruit is rotten. There's a fish tank in the corner. It's neglected and forgotten, filled with algae. Sickly fish float along the top. She grabs the food and sprinkles too much in the tank. She looks around in the bathroom drawers and finds nothing, and then reaches up above the medicine cabinet, grabs something, and then walks to her bedroom. Exterior, street, night. Cole plays his music and walks towards the house. Music in one hand and a shell in the other. Anka follows. Interior, home, night.
Eve, I bought you something.
Cole holds a beautiful large scalloped shell as he walks through the house. Anka follows closely behind. Her hair stands up on her back. She growls at a shadow that slinks out of Eve's room. Cole rushes to Eve. Her bloodied bear and blanket lie next to her. A razor sits on her dresser.
Why?
Cole picks up a note that reads, "I've gone to find Dad. He's not here. Sorry." Cole sits down beside Eve and gently tries to wake her.
Eve, wake up. Come on, beautiful.
He turns her around and props her up on her bed. She falls over, and he lifts her head up again by her hair and props her with her bloodied bear, her pillow, and other stuffed animals. He looks at the sparkly red blood on his hand and wipes it on her dress, and then lays down curled around her, his head on her lap. Amka whines and licks her hand. Interior, home day. The golden sun shines on Cole's face and wakes him gently. He gets up, stretches, kisses Eve on her forehead. She's still dead. Cole grabs a peach from the fruit bowl, succulent and sweet. Juice drips from his lips. He slurps it up, a perfect peach. Exterior, street, day. Cole walks down the street, past the mural. He walks to his car, where he turns on the radio and goes through the stations to find Vivaldi. Turns it up and walks towards the beach. Montage of Cole, who slowly loses his steam and joy with Amka always by his side. Cole plays with Amka by the water. Cole walks through the town, a little skip in his step, but no dance. Cole sleeps with his head on Eve's lap, Eve always in the same position. Decay has begun to show. Cole grabs a fruit. It's mushy with rot. Cole in the graveyard. Cole lays back on the monument with Amka, who tries to jump up to be with him. Cole sleeps with head on Eve's lap. Cole gets up. A string of post-mortem purge fluid strings from his face to her lap. He drags himself to the fruit bowl. Flies buzz around, moldy and rotten, yet he grabs another and eats. A cloud of pretty green mold puffs into his face as he takes a bite. Cole walks by the mural. He pulls the vines off his car, grabs tire iron. He screams and smashes everything in sight. Amka watches. There's a yelp as the music and montage stops, with the iron hitting Amka's head. Cole falls next to Amka. He cries over her lifeless body.
My girl, I didn't mean it. Amber, I'm so sorry, Tiger. Please forgive me.
Interior, home, night. Cole carries Amka in and lays her down on the bed beside Eve. He walks to the fish tank, and the floating sickly fish wiggle like a wagging dog's tail when he comes. He feeds them and walks back to the bedroom. Kisses Eve on the forehead. The sticky, rotten flesh sticks to his lips. He wipes it off, pats Amka on the head, and grabs the scalloped shell gift and uses it to slice into his wrist. He lays down with his head on Eve's lap, as he always had. The golden sun paints the room in beauty despite the horrific scene. Interior, home, day. The room sparkles like twilight's vampires. Gorgeous sunset, visible through the window. Birds chirp, Amka licks Cole's face. His head at an uncomfortable angle, Eve not there.
Hello, my girl.
Cole gives Amka a good scratch around the scruff of her neck and brings back his hand, all bloodied with sparkling rainbow blood. He moves her over and sees the blood from her gash on the side of her head where he accidentally hit her.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Come on, let's clean you up.
Cole takes Amka to the bathroom to wash her up. The water is a turquoise blue. He smells it, and it's pleasant. The sparkling rainbow river of blood flows down the drain.
Eve, come help me. Eve.
Cole takes a huge, extra fluffy towel, dries Amka off, and walks out.
Eve.
Cole looks around and grabs a rainbow fruit, takes a bite. So good he stops to appreciate it.
Amazing.
Turns back to find the fish. The tank is cleaner and all but 2 fish are dead. It sparkles.
1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish. Here, fishy, fishy.
He takes the net to scoop out all the dead fish that become beautiful sparkling rainbow sand when he removes them. The sand slips through the net and through his fingers back into the tank. 2 fish remain.
Whoa, cool.
Exterior, street, day. Cole walks through the town looking for Eve. Amka follows. Exterior, cliff by the ocean. The mural sparkles. The faces in paradise on the mural look pained. He stops to notice for the first time. There's a lovely rainbow-colored moss that covers the car. He wipes off the moss on the door handles, opens the door, and turns on Bach Prelude No. 1 in C major.
Time for some tunes, my girl. Here's your favorite. Did you think I'd forget?
Cole pets Amka briskly and skips off with a little dance in his step. Exterior beach day. Cole runs and plays joyfully along the beach with Amka. Cole stops, then runs to something in the water further down the beach. It's Eve, dead. He pulls her waterlogged body away from the water and props her up. He sits next to her with a blank look on his face. Amka sits down on the other side. Eve's body falls over. Cole stays motionless, no expression. Amka whines. Cole stands up, as does Amka. He walks into the water. Amka follows. Cole grabs Amka and pushes her under the water to drown her. He's in anguish, yet holds her underwater. He drags her lifeless body next to Eve's. He sits between the 2 of them as the song plays through again. He looks up to the most incredible, gorgeous, crimson red sunset. The song begins to skip. The crack pipe-shaped stick washes up to his feet by the waves. He cracks it in pieces and takes the sharp side, which has become the glass pipe again, and stabs himself in the neck. He falls over, between Eve and Amka. The music starts up again, and crimson blood pours out of the pipe from inside his neck onto the sand and sinks. A sand or hermit crab scuttles across the bloody sand, leaving little bloody crab prints on the sand. Exterior, beach, morning. Two bodies lay on the sand. Amka's feet run and play behind them. She chases waves. She comes to the bodies and shakes water all over them. Cole wakes up, looks to Eve, and tries to wake her. No reaction. He picks her up, carries her into the water to wake, and she still doesn't. She just floats on the water, lifeless. Cole walks out into the ocean. Oh, no. Cole loses it and strips down all his clothes. Amka plays happily in the background. Cole walks out into the ocean. A wave overcomes him, and he gets pulled out to sea while Eve's body washes ashore. Amka nudges her with her nose. Cole's clothes wash in beside them, one article at a time. Cole is nowhere in sight. Exterior, beach, night. Cole's body washes ashore naked. Amka is nowhere around. The sky is like being inside the Milky Way. Each star is a deep red, and it tints the whole world red. Two sets of human feet step around Cole. They walk away. Exterior, beach, day. Heat of the sun beats down on Cole's body.
Vicky, do you want me to take over? We can get a drink and stuff
You're
for a
here.
little bit.
Wake up.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm going to take over soon anyway.
You're here. Wake up.
Cole slowly comes to. Sorry.
Sure you need somebody to take over?
No,
Okay.
because dialogue picks up again. Cole slowly comes to. Eve has his clothes all nicely folded and hands them to him with a smile. She looks radiant and so happy.
Get dressed. There's so much to see.
Aiska, the shadow man, steps up, late 40s, dressed in layered, flowing, sand-colored robes, a slightly off shaman, born of countless experiences with the living and the dead, crazy, brilliant, or a bit of both. A bright triple sparkling rainbow fills the sky. Cole sees Aiska and scrambles to cover himself while he dresses. Aiska laughs. Oh, you've had a long journey, my boy, yet you've gone nowhere. Aiska offers his hand to Cole to help him to his feet. Cole stumbles and Aiska holds him steady. Cole reaches for Eve. Easy now, you're not yet fully back, it seems.
Back?
Back from the true mystery, the middle, the in-between of here and then. There are infinite presents, yet only one now. Cole stumbles towards Eve, who catches him in a hug. Cole brings her hair to his face and breathes in.
It's you.
It's me. It's you.
Cole looks around.
Where's Amka?
Eve looks confused and shrugs. Cole falls down, but Eve catches him and lifts him back up.
Come on. It's okay. There's so much to learn here.
I had everything. For the first time, I had everything I could have ever wanted. And then you were gone, and I had nothing.
Cole lowers down to sit. Eve sits beside him. Aiska passes Cole a horn flask of hot liquid. Drink it up, son. It will give you strength.
And then you can tell me all about.
Aiska touches Eve's shoulders and shakes his head no. Eve looks at Cole. He sits slumped, drained of energy. Cole turns to look at her and falls into her lap as he used to on the bed every night and wraps his arms around her. The sky turns black.
I didn't know what to do.
Eve strokes his hair and looks out into the ocean where dolphins are playing and swims away.
This place doesn't, it's not, I don't know this place. I don't know myself. Everything's wrong. I want Amber back.
Amber?
Amka. Jules was 2 when we got her. Whenever we'd call her, we'd say, Amber, come. Jules started calling her.
Amka, wake up. Cole lifts his head to look at Aiska. Your little Jules was a wise one.
Jules, I need to go back.
Back, word, forward means nothing here.
Not here. I need to go back. So do you.
Eve laughs and plays with Cole's hair.
Stop. What's wrong with you? Where's your dad? That's why you left me. Where is he?
Dad?
Cole gets up. Eve reaches for him, and he pushes her away. The shadows disperse from Eve's body and into the dark.
Your dad, Eve. The one who loved you in that dress. The one whose laughed you held on to just a little longer than his voice.
Eve laughs. Shadow dogs bark in a frightening way. All we have here are our memories until we don't. Did we lose Cole?
Who are you?
I am Ayuska, shadow man, shaman, bringer of darkness to light and light to heavy.
Aiska found me. I don't know what I was doing. I can't remember before we met. Oh well.
The past doesn't matter till we change it.
You can't change the past.
The past is the only thing we can change. Cole starts walking away from them.
Where are you going?
I don't know. I'm just going.
Off to change the past. Eve and Aiska dance in the background by the ocean as Cole walks off looking for answers. Exterior, mural, night. By star and multicolored aurora borealis lights, Cole reaches his car. He opens the driver's door, presses a button that opens the trunk, and he heads to the back. Interior lights and parking lights are all giving little light to the mural in the background while he searches through his full trunk. He picks up a briefcase, closes the trunk, walks to the mural, and sits down. He opens the suitcase and pulls out little baggies of colorful pills. He looks through the pills and pours some into his palm, looks at them a little while before he turns his hand over to let them fall. He empties the bag onto the ground as well, leans back and takes a deep breath before he digs into the briefcase again.
What are you doing?
Eve has appeared before him and startles him. He hesitates and then makes a decision.
I can't show you.
Eve opens the car door and sits, legs out. She looks through his car glove compartments and pulls out various bizarre objects. She plays with him throughout the scene.
Where's Ayask?
Aiska. He's gone on a quest.
Aiska, No quest for you?
Mine was to speak to you.
Do you know who I am?
Yeah, it's you.
Eve jumps up and pokes Cole's nose.
Yeah? Me who?
You. The man who washed ashore.
You don't know my name.
Do you have one?
Yes, of course I have a name, Eve.
Nice to meet you, Eve.
No, not. I'm Cole. You don't remember me?
I don't remember
Anything?
anything.
Cole closes the briefcase and locks it.
Come sit, please.
Eve puts everything back into the glove compartment and car, then kicks the door shut before sitting beside Cole. Eve grabs some of the pills on the ground and shoves them in her mouth.
No, spit it out.
Eve swallows. Cole starts to forcibly shove his fingers down her throat to get her to throw them up. Aiska is suddenly right there. So she's chosen another quest.
Help me, she can't handle it.
Eve coughs, stands up, teeters, and falls back down. Cole and Aiska look at each other.
Help me with her. We've got to get her back home.
Cole and Aiska lay Eve into the car. Aiska jumps in the back, and as Cole goes to the driver's side with the briefcase and attempts to start the car. After a few false starts, Aiska goes out, bangs on the hood 3 times, and gives Cole the thumbs up. He starts right away. He gets back in, and they drive off. As he backs up, it reveals some of the stories of the mural. It shows the lives of those left behind. Eve's mom, Cole's family, but they don't know this. Exterior, home, night. Aiska and Cole carry Eve inside. Interior, home, night. Eve and Cole sit on the couch.
Oh, I feel sick. Oh.
Drink this.
Where did you...
Aiska puts his finger to his lips to hush Cole.
Are you okay?
Eve stares into nothing. Cole waves his hands in front of her face. Give her space. Give her time. Cole looks towards the fish tank blankly. It's now empty. No water, no fish, nothing. He jumps up to reach in. There's only sparkly sand inside. He opens the fish food from beside the tank and sniffs it. He turns his head and is face to face with a fist-sized floating fish. As he looks around, there are others around the room as well. They have come out of hiding, floating, all colors and sizes. They've come for the food. He pushes them around with his fingers, fascinated by them, then sits down by Eve and opens her eyes to look at her, and look at her pupils. One small fish nibbles on his ear, and he swats it away.
Mom never wanted to talk about anything real.
What'd you say?
My mom, she didn't really know me at all, just kept everything surface, you know? Or maybe I did. I don't think I even know her.
Well, I think she knew you. She didn't like me, but I didn't exactly give her a reason.
I don't even know myself.
One of the fish swims into Eve's mouth, and she begins to choke. Cole jumps up and grabs her to do the Heimlich maneuver. A fish comes out along with some of the pills, somehow not dissolved, and swims in between Cole and Eve. Who's a fish?
Do any of us really know ourselves, though?
Cole, surprised by the talking fish, smacks the fish hard into the wall. The fish slowly floats up to the ceiling and turns upside down.
Our true and greatest quest is to create who we are.
Cole looks at Aiska in shock, who seems unfazed by it. We hear a snore. Eve has fallen to a slumber. Aiska jumps up. Fun, give her this when she wakes. Aiska passes Cole a fruit from the table. It's like the rainbow fruit Cole had, but a different shape and fuzzy. Aiska walks to the door. And Cole says,
Where are you?
Aiska puts his finger to his lips. My quest awaits, or waits for no man. Either way. Aiska cocks his head, waves and leaves. The fridge door shuts and a shadow exits the kitchen. Schools of fish swim out of the way of the shadow as it passes swiftly. They knock into Cole, who jerks away. He falls over, so he's looking directly at the pills. Cole picks up the thrown up pills and he inspects them. He stares at it for a bit and then puts them down on the coffee table. He stands to go and steps on a piece of glass, then sits to remove it, then reaches under to pick up the remaining glass, sets it on the coffee table and limps out the door. The door stays open. 3 fish escape. He doesn't notice. Cole comes back in. Eve shivers. He sets the case down, gently lays her down, and exits to her bedroom. Interior Eve's bedroom. Cole grabs a pillow and blanket. He picks up a photo of her with Amka. There's a journal behind it. He grabs the journal along with the photo. Interior living room. Cole lifts Eve's head to place the pillow under them, then covers her with the blanket, smooths down her hair carefully, and sits with the journal and opens it up to an empty page. Eve coughs. He closes it, looks at her, and opens it again. Eve is asleep. The fish circle her face, and her breath sends them up one at a time, like a little fairground fish ride. She coughs and wakes herself up. The fish scatter. Cole shuts the book and shoves it beside himself and the couch arm. The fish move with the energy of the room. Eve stretches.
Hi.
Here, eat this.
Cole throws the fancy fruit at her. It hits her on the forehead and falls on the couch. She picks it up and takes a bite.
Sorry.
You want a bite? It's really
Eve offers it.
No.
Cole, right?
Cole nods.
You don't remember anything?
Eve shakes her head no.
You talked about your mom.
My what?
Cole shoves a picture of her and Amka in her face.
You don't remember this? Her? Amka?
Eve looks blankly, shrugs. A mosquito buzzes around Cole's head, lands on his arm, and he looks at it.
First mosquito I've seen since we...
A fish swiftly swims in and eats it before swimming off.
Well, you okay to walk?
Cole reaches his hand out to Eve. She takes it and he pulls her up to stand and then walks out. Exterior graveyard, night. It's the same as it was before they died. He runs his finger along the monument as he used to do. Eve's special tombstone is next, the one she'd visit her father at. On the back, written in Sharpie, is the word Aiska. He doesn't touch this stone.
What's your friend's name again?
Eve walks on the gravestone as Cole had at the beginning. She climbs up onto the monument as before. The graveyard is the one place that has not changed.
Aiska.
Cole spits on his jacket sleeve and tries to wipe it off, but it's Sharpie ink. He then runs and parkours his way to the top of the monument where Eve is and sits beside her.
Sit up and take a look at that grave.
Cole points to her dad's stand-in's grave. Eve sits up and looks. Eve looks
Tell me
into
what
his
you
eyes
feel,
and then the
Eve.
grave.
Eve.
As if tasting her own name for the first time, she closes her eyes for a moment, and it flashes to interior, home, night. All are shadows and difficult to make out. Eve's mum mourns her death in torment. She accidentally knocks over a photo on the coffee table, and it breaks. She cuts herself. Exterior graveyard night. Eve jerks her eyes open.
Loretta,
Who?
Mom, her name. It's Floretta. What's a mom?
Loretta, I could never remember her name. What did you picture just now? What did you see?
Mom. A shadow. She?
Okay, and
She, yeah, she was crying. She knocked over a picture.
okay, good.
Mom? Mom! Oh my God, Mom!
Eve looks up at Cole.
Cole?
Eve grabs Cole.
Cole, where are we?
We're lost, Eve. But you're coming back now, I think. So maybe we're getting closer to finding our way.
I'm scared. It comes and goes, mostly goes.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Eve. This is so fucked. I didn't mean for this.
Where's Dad?
Eve looks around.
Where's my daddy?
Eve starts to cry. Cole holds her in a hug till she calms down. Eve looks at her dress and sees the shape it's in, touches it, coming to a realization.
Don't touch me!
Eve jumps down and falls on the grave she's dug up and buries the picture in. Her hand feels it and she pulls it out, looks at it, and then Cole and runs off.
Eve, wait.
Cole jumps down and runs off towards her, but the shadows pull him back, and he screams as they touch him, slowing him down, so he loses her. Exterior street night. Cole looks frantically around for Eve, his face exhausted and eyes drooping as if he's been searching for her all night. He sits down under a tree in a yard, defeated. The tree is filled with the fuzzy rainbow fruit. A few are around him on the ground. He picks one up and looks at it. Aiska appears and offers a glass pipe to Cole, who looks intently at it. It'll take all your troubles away. Cole hesitates, then grabs it. Aiska passes him a lighter. Cole grabs it and melts the white rock. Cole lifts the flame up and looks around it. He throws the pipe to the street where it shatters. Aiska summons it back into his hand in one piece, and he offers it again. Come on, Cole. You don't have to think about her anymore. Cole smacks it out of Aiska's hand.
No, she's here because I failed her.
She's here because she is here.
She trusted me.
And what is trust?
Why is your name on the back of the gravestone?
Aiska holds out a little white rock. Why did you give her this? Cole gets up and starts walking away. Aiska follows. Why did you offer her this, Cole?
She was sad.
And now she's happy.
That's not her. That's not Eve.
Why did you offer her this?
I don't know, okay? She asked. I didn't think anything mattered. Didn't think there was anything more. That it was real. She didn't have to take it.
Why did you offer her this? Cole stops.
I didn't want to be alone.
Aiska disappears. Cole screams, and the sound of animals scream with him. Shadows move around him and away down the street. Cole cries.
I'm always alone.
Eve appears at the end of the street, facing Cole. He doesn't see her at first, then looks up towards her. She recognizes him and runs towards him. He gets up and walks wearily towards her, with his arms outstretched, crying.
Shh, I'm here. You're okay. We're okay.
I'm sorry.
Eve lifts her head and kisses his lips.
I'm no good for you.
I know.
You have to go back. You can't be here. It's no good for you. I'm no good for you.
There is no way back.
There's gotta be. This isn't real. None of this is real.
You always think that, Cole. Why did you think we're here? You didn't take life seriously. We didn't. When I lost my dad, nothing mattered anymore. Life had no meaning, no reason, no future. anything with meaning I ran from. And then I met you, and you were the same. We understood each other. You were the one thing I didn't run away from. I remember that. But now we're here, and I'm done running. Aren't you?
Yeah, I'm done. No more running.
Promise?
Promise.
Good. So tell me, what's in this?
Eve swings a briefcase out from behind her back.
No, I'm not ready yet.
You promised.
I can't.
Eve looks at Cole intently for a moment. Eve becomes Aiska. Fine. You're not ready yet. I'll keep this till you are. Aiska vanishes, and once again Cole is alone. No Eve, no Amka, no briefcase, not even Aiska. The loneliness is too much for Cole. He curls up on the street and sleeps.
Break time.
Intermission.
Break time.
Intermission
All right,
time.
all right, all right. Intermission. All right, see you guys all at the 30. Sound good?
Okay, sure.
We apologize for the delayed content warning. If you or your friend are experiencing suicidal thoughts, please reach out for help. Please, really, seriously.
Yes, I'm here, Vicky. You can take a break.
Yeah. Yeah, there was no chance to take a drink there for a while. It got to
I'm
me.
debating putting my glasses on though, because my eyes are a little tired from being unwell today.
Ah, yeah.
Do you think that might be smart?
Yeah.
Do they make me look ugly?
No, I think they look good.
Yeah, I think I will. It's just a little easier for me. I can see without them. It's just a little easier to give my eyes a rest.
Yeah. Yeah. They won't have to strain.
Well, no, I don't have to strain. It's just when my body has issues, when I have health issues, my eyes get very tired quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got 52 pages to read, so that might be easier to give my eyes a rest.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you should.
And in voice acting, I really don't care about if I wear my glasses or not. Ah, that hoodie is majestic.
Thank you.
I could literally write you into one of my scripts as a character with a hoodie that sits on a beach.
Is it a cold beach? Or do they hate the sun?
No, it's like Huntington Beach. You're sitting on a Huntington Beach in a hoodie and shorts and like Crocs, and you're like cooking hot dogs on a fire.
Do you not like him? Is that why the Crocs? You can't
Huntington
have
Beach
sandals
is
with a
cool.
normal
Shut
person?
up.
Come on.
And I was with you till the Crocs. Just kidding.
Well,
Some
they
people
can be
love them. I
sandals
haven't
too.
tried them yet.
Also-
I can't knock them.
Also, I have to ask, is anybody else expecting him to start? His palms are sweaty, his feet are ready, the stomach gets sense already. Mom, spaghetti. I'm just like, yep.
Huntington Beach is an amazing little beach, even though I almost drowned there.
No,
It's
it
an
is.
amazing beach.
From there. It's fine. It's fine. Dude, come on.
He literally passed us for 30 years old in that hoodie.
I guess I'm always wearing a hoodie from now on.
I don't know why I'm like flashing back to Clueless completely out of context, going, he could be a farmer in those clothes. He really couldn't. I mean, there's nothing about it that says farmer.
I
but
can't
he was-
imagine him
Why
farming.
is that an
I can't.
insult? It's just so stupid.
He couldn't, I don't think, I couldn't picture him farming. Maybe journalism, but not farming.
Yeah. I mean, whatever. It is what it is. I'm just being weird, but I'm like,
Are you saying I'm too weak? Is that what you're saying? To be a
No,
farmer?
you're just,
No, no.
you're like the kind of guy that should just stay clean.
Yeah, no, do you
Farming
remember
is
in
a very
Clueless-
dirty business.
Yeah, do you remember in Clueless, there's when Ty first shows up and she's wearing like overalls, and Amber's like, ooh, she could be a farmer in those clothes. Why this was an insult at the time, I don't know. Maybe it was the overalls, but it's like everybody wore overalls, so I don't know what the theme was in the 90s, but I don't know why. Out of context, it's like, I don't know, you could be a Eminem in those clothes or Slim Shady in those clothes, but you couldn't really be a farmer. But I don't know. I was like
Seriously,
you could be a
Huntington
farmer.
Beach, you in shorts, hoodie, and sandals, like sitting in a campfire scene, just having a picnic, roasting a hot dog over a fire.
S'mores.
No white guy with acoustic guitars moments. No.
No, not a guitar,
All right.
but just having a little
This is not an
picnic.
indie film from circa 2004.
I think we'll have to
No.
save this tangent till after discussion.
All right.
All right,
Here
grabbing
we
the
go, ladies
wheel.
and gentlemen. I am your narrator for part 2. I am going to be wearing my glasses because my eyes are tired.
You're fine.
All right. And I will, I'll just read slow and don't criticize my speed. Anyway, exterior street day. Cole's car pulls up beside him, still curled up and asleep. The car is curled up. Okay, never mind. Aiska dumps a bucket of rainbow water on him to wake him. Cole wakes up.
Oh, good. You're up. Eat that and get in.
Aiska throws him a rainbow fruit, which hits him in the face. Cole picks it up, starts eating, and gets in the passenger side. They drive off. Interior car day. Cole reaches under the car and pulls out a gun and points it at Aiska.
Who are you? Your name was on the gravestone. I can send you right back to it with one bullet.
Aiska's unfazed and keeps driving.
Where's Eve?
Aiska continues to drive and turns on the radio. It's loud and intense music. Cole shuts it off.
Fucking answer me or I'll blow holes straight through you. I know you can still die here.
Aiska pulls over and gets out. Cole continues to point the gun at Aiska.
Get out.
I'm the one with the gun. I'm the one giving orders. Answer me. Who the fuck are you and where is Eve?
Aiska opens Cole's door, opens and drops his flowing robe off his shoulders to expose a bare chest with 3 holes clear through him the size of a large bullet, enough to let sunlight through, which shines in Cole's eyes.
Get out and I'll tell you who I am.
Cole gets out. Aiska grabs the gun and throws it on the car seat. Cole turns to reach for it.
Leave it.
He does. They walk towards an empty blue home and walk inside. Interior blue home day.
This was our home.
Whose?
All your questions will be answered if you listen.
Cole looks towards the kitchen where his briefcase is.
Not yet. Come his way.
Aiska leads Cole through the house to the living room where he sits on the fireplace mantel.
I was just a regular guy with a regular family.
Aiska motions with his head to the other side of the hearth.
Have a seat.
Cole continues to stand.
A family I loved more than anything. My baby girl could light up my heart like a Roman candle. I lost my job, couldn't find another, so I took everything we had, determined to win enough to see us through till spring.
Aiska sits across from Cole on the hearth and leans towards him.
Anyway, I'll cut it short. Point is, I couldn't do my job to care for them, couldn't earn a living, was making bad choices every turn. The sharks were going to do it anyways, and my family was better off without me. Safer without me. I was convinced of it. So I sat right here where I am now, turned the gun towards me, pointed right at my chest, and shot the solution to all our problems straight through my heart.
3 times?
Aiska looks down.
No. This one was from your little Eve when she first got to this time. She was sitting in the car with your loaded gun, probably contemplating visiting another timeline, and I startled her. My own fault. She thought she'd kill me. Nope. For whatever reason, I'm stuck right here.
And the third?
Aiska shakes his head now, gets up and walks out.
Where's he? Oh.
You said you'd answer all my questions. She's my only question that matters.
She is your only quest that matters. I don't know where she is. Let's go find her.
Cole follows him, leaves his briefcase behind. They exit the house. Exterior streets day. The two walk the streets towards the mural by the storefronts.
How did you know I gave her the
drugs? I watched you. I sometimes hang out at the graveyard.
Why?
Well, it's the only place I can see the living so clearly. And when the heart yearns so much for the dead get to see. So I watched you. I didn't expect to see you both so soon after. Well, you maybe, not her. She's not like you.
I know. You know, I'm not going to show you what's inside the briefcase.
What's inside that briefcase? I didn't ask for myself. I asked for you.
It's nothing you'll want anyways.
I already know what's inside.
Aiska looks inside the store windows. Not one soul around besides the two of them, literally.
You looked?
That car showed up ages before you did. You think I wouldn't spend my time exploring? I may be dead, but my sense of adventure is well alive. So, When something as rare as an adventure arrives in this place, I'll take it.
Does Eve know you aren't this mystical shaman dude?
She needs the shaman. I'm not taking that from her.
She needs me. She doesn't need you.
Oh, don't you tell me what I know to be true. I told you she needs the shaman.
Aiska's anger comes through.
But you are the last thing she needs.
Cole gets quiet and they continue to walk in silence. Shadows occasionally are seen moving about the streets. They feel less frightening than they first did. One walks straight through Cole.
Ow, fuck.
Aiska laughs.
You've been touched, have you?
It burned me. What are those things?
You aren't even ready to open your case yet. You won't be ready to hear the answer to that question.
Okay, how about this then? How did you grab the pipe? I smashed it 10 feet away, and the next second it was back in your hand in one piece.
You saw what you wanted to see.
No, I don't want that. I don't.
Well, all right then.
I don't. You took everything from me. It took myself from me.
Okay, I'm not arguing.
They arrive in front of the mural and stand to look at it. The mural tells a story.
This mural has been more my family than anything in this God-forgotten place before Eve showed up.
Eve is not.
Cole's car drives up, honking loudly and swiftly towards the mural, just as the trip that had brought them there. Aiska pushes past Cole between the car and the mural. It screeches to a halt and stops just before him.
Hop in, boys. I got treats for us all.
Eve,
I'm back. This car is the best. Why did you never let me drive it before?
you're back.
Cole goes to the driver's side and opens her door.
Get in the back. This time I'm driving.
Cole steps back. Eve steps on the car so she's even with Cole and pulls him close like she's going to kiss him and stops inches from his face just looking at him. He lowers his eyes and she kisses his forehead.
I love you.
They all climb in, Eve driving. Aiska is in the front and Cole right behind Eve. Interior car day.
Pass me one of those, would you?
Where are we going?
Why? You got somewhere to be?
She grabs his hand and squeezes, then speeds off. Cole grabs one of the fruits from the box, filled with them and overflowing right next to him, and then passes one to Eve, then one at Aiska and eats one himself. Staying Alive plays on the radio, and they and Eve sing along loudly with nonsensical words for the most part, getting the words right every so often.
Staying alive, staying alive. Staying alive, staying alive. Come on, guys. You know the song as well as I do.
They all start singing, missing most of the words and catching a few as well as they can. Exterior highway day. The car drives down the highway as they sing along. Ocean is on one side and mountain is on the other. Eve steps on the gas and drives as fast as the car will go into what looks like nothing.
Eve, stop.
The car goes in and bounces back as Cole screams.
Damn it.
What the fuck was that?
The Great Wall, I call it. This is where I was. I ran and ran until I couldn't run anymore. Then I just walked and kept on walking. Thought I'd explore some of this paradise rather than wallow in it, you know? But I came to this and I couldn't get past it, so I came back for you guys.
Is that why you're back? The wall.
I think so.
Eve exits the car and goes to the white space, throws herself against it and gets bounced back out.
Try it. It's kind of fun.
Aiska jumps in and disappears.
Aiska is gone.
Don't worry. He'll be back.
Cole tentatively touches the white wall and can't get through, pushes shoulder first into it and nothing.
Here, try this.
Eve throws Cole a fruit. Cole chucks it in and it disappears as well. Eve grabs another one and throws, and it goes in. A few seconds later, one comes back. Interior white wall later. Cole and Eve sit leaning against the wall, each with a fruit. A few cores are beside them, suggesting they'd been a while.
So the next time I jumped, it was all white and I started to see my memories. They were right there, happening in front of me, but then it spat me back out.
Why wouldn't it take me?
I don't know.
Well, I'm glad you're back. I can't do this place alone.
Eve grabs Cole's hand.
You were never alone.
Cole and Eve sit together, watching out. One of the fruits previously thrown in spits back out, then Aiska gets shot out the wall, kicking Cole in the head on the way. He falls to the ground. Aiska looks like he's seen God. Aiska gets up and looks around, grabs Eve's arm, and lifts her up, touches her face.
You're not meant to be here.
I've already tried leaving. It just brings me to worse places, and I'm not going to kill myself again. It hurts.
There's another way.
How?
Not you.
What do you mean, not me?
Not you.
Where am I supposed to be?
You'll know.
Where am I supposed to be?
You'll know when you're there.
You don't know any more than we do, Aiska, or whoever the hell you are.
Aiska grabs Cole's shoulder and stumbles towards him.
I've seen it. We have to go.
Aiska staggers back down the road in a trance.
How come we never saw this place before?
The earth starts to crumble at the wall.
Cole, get in the car.
Cole turns and sees the crumbling and runs towards the car, just getting in before Eve backs up quickly from the crumbling earth.
Aiska, get in.
Aiska keeps walking in trance.
Get in now. Eve, stop the car.
The car stops and Cole jumps out to grab Aiska while the crumbling earth is getting closer. Cole pulls him in. They drive off. Interior car day.
You shouldn't have done that.
It's all collapsing. You'd have gone with it.
So be it.
Tell me where to go.
They are both silent.
Tell me where to go.
Turn left.
To the graveyard.
Eve drives toward the graveyard as the mountain behind them slowly crumbles and disappears into the white wall.
Why wouldn't the wall let me in, Aiska? What didn't you see in there?
It only lets in those ready to face their past.
There's nothing for me to face.
Aiska looks at Cole and gives a compassionate look before looking away. Eve pulls into the graveyard.
Come.
Exterior graveyard day. They all get out and follow Aiska, who leads them to the usual grave.
I arrived without memory, much like Eve. I followed the shadows here and found you. Pieces came back one pebble at a time. This is where I found my name.
Aiska squats down and points to the stone where his name is sharpied on the back.
But that wall showed me everything.
Aiska breaks down in tears. Eve places her hand on his shoulder and then leans down to him, placing her hand on the grave. When it touches, it opens up Eve's vision. Exterior graveyard from life day. Eve sees her mom walk past the grave and lean on the monument buckled over. She's looking lost. She holds the photo that Eve had buried earlier.
That was an artistic choice to have it muted first. Mom!
As soon as her hand leaves the stone, the image disappears and she sees Cole in front of her. Cole jumps as if he's been burned.
Ah.
There's a shadow where her mom was, touching Cole, then moves on.
This stone showed me you.
What was that? What are these shadows, Aiska? They burn.
Eve follows the shadow to another part of the graveyard. Aiska and Cole join her. Eve watches while the shadow arrives at a glowing stone.
Mom, that's my mom.
Eve runs towards her to embrace her.
No.
Eve gets burned. The shadow stands up straight and looks around.
You can't touch them without pain.
Cole reads the gravestone, Eve's gravestone.
I need to leave.
I can't leave my mom, Cole. I can't.
Do you see this?
Cole points to the headstone.
What? It's me? Does that really surprise you, Cole? Did you forget that we're dead? This is my mom.
I know. I know we're dead. I can't do this right now.
Cole briskly walks away. On the way, he touches the tombstone and sees his family, the young boy in the wheelchair and his mom from the photo. The mom is comforting the child. Cole reaches and runs towards them, and they disappear the moment his hand leaves the stone. He looks around and goes back to the stone. When he purposely touches it, he can only see them far in the distance walking away. Exterior, interior, blue house day. Cole runs towards the house and enters, sees the briefcase and grabs it to open it up. It's empty. He leaves with the briefcase. Exterior, graveyard evening. Eve is cuddled up to Aiska, who comforts her. The shadows have gone.
Where are they? Where the fuck are they, Aiska? What did you do with them?
Aiska sees the briefcase and Cole runs up and grabs him. Aiska pushes him back, then sweeps the feet out from under him, and he falls. The briefcase opens and photos and papers spill out onto the gravesite. Cole grabs as many as he can and chases ones down that have blown off. He looks at them and they are blank.
You never learn, do you? Eh? You're so scared of losing them that you're the first to throw them away.
Cole has them all back in the briefcase now, sits down looking at them, trying to see them.
Are you done running yet, Cole?
Cole looks up.
You ready to face this?
I can't do it here. Not here.
We're right here with you, Cole. We can do it anywhere you wish.
Cole looks up and nods.
The wall is stopped.
They look towards the wall that has stopped crumbling in around them. Cole helps Eve up and gives her a hug. They all go towards the car. Exterior, interior, home night. The door opens and a swarm school of fish escape out the door as they enter. Cole and Aiska sit around the coffee table with the briefcase. Eve looks in the fridge and starts pulling out weird-looking foods.
How do I do this?
Just open the case.
Cole opens it and starts to look through the pages. First are photos of his brother and himself playing before the accident. There are a stack of envelopes addressed to him. He picks up one that is open and takes out the letter. It's from his dad.
My dad wrote me every birthday. Didn't even know I had a dad. Mom gave them to me on my 19th, like it was some kind of gift. Here, thought you might want to read these. You're old enough now. Shit. I could have had a dad. Fuck her.
He picks up the journal and flips through it and sets it down. Then he sees a photo with his brother in the wheelchair. Interior Cole's home night. A dated home. Christmas tree stands in the corner without decorations. Cole sits on the couch watching TV. Jules, Cole's 11-year-old brother, full of energy and smart as a whip, vies for Cole's attention. Come on, Cole, just one game.
I'm busy. Go play with Amka.
Amka runs up and kisses Jules. Well, would you decorate the tree with me?
We're waiting for Mom. You know she likes that stuff.
But it could be a surprise.
No.
Screw you. Jules runs up the stairs. When he returns, he's got a gun. Cole, look what I found.
Where did you get that? Give it here.
No, teach me how to shoot. You promised.
I told you I'm busy.
Oh, just one shot.
There's no bullets. It's not a toy, Jules.
We don't need them. You could just teach me how to aim.
Give it here, Jules, now.
Oh, you're no fun. Jules hands over the gun to Cole and pouts. Cole takes pity on him.
Hey, Jules.
Cole turns and points it at him playfully.
Put him up.
Amka jumps on Cole. The gun goes off. Amka drops dead. Cole falls to her in tears.
Amka. Come on, girl. Get up. Amka. I'm so sorry, girl. I didn't mean it.
The front door opens and Cole's mom, Julie, drops the groceries.
I didn't mean it, Mom. I don't know. I didn't know it was loaded.
She runs to Jules, who has been hit in the head by the bullet, but Cole didn't see. He has only noticed Amka. Cole looks up to his mom, cradling Jules and screaming. Interior home night. The briefcase slams shut.
I can't. I didn't know.
What didn't you know, Cole?
I didn't know it was loaded. I didn't mean to hurt him.
It wasn't your fault, Cole.
It was. Why didn't I put it away? Why did I point it at him? I know not to point a gun at someone. I knew better. I knew better.
Eve sits beside Cole to comfort him and puts a plate of food out. Cole pushes her away.
I did the same fucking thing to you.
Son, Cole, I gave the nod.
He had so much potential. Smartest kid I knew. And I took it all away. Fuck, I was so selfish.
Eve starts to look through the photos and picks one up.
He's cute. I didn't even know you had a brother.
Cole silently looks to nothing, lost in thought. A fish school circles his head. One nibbles on his eye and he comes to.
I took everything he had away from him that day.
You didn't know. You said it yourself.
We had a break-in a week before. Mom always kept the gun unloaded beside her bed just in case. Wouldn't even buy bullets no matter how much I packed. I didn't know she loaded it. Didn't think she ever would.
See, it was just an unfortunate accident.
Cole jumps up.
I took everything from him, Eve. Everything. I took every bit of potential he had. I took Hemka. I took his ability to run and jump and play. And the last thing I took was myself.
Well, I left my mom and I'm all she had left.
I was gone the second I saw him. His blood splattered all over the tree. A chunk of his frontal lobe dripped down off the branches and he watched it. I gave him fucking epilepsy and that day, and he'd get so bad sometimes he shook the floor and he'd have nightmares screaming, crying out for Amka. I couldn't look at him after that. Didn't matter anyway. He couldn't recognize me or anyone. I don't know how he survived. I wish it had been me.
That why you did it?
What?
Why you took your life?
Cole, silenced, shuts the briefcase and looks at Eve.
We need to get you back.
There's no going back from this, Cole. I saw my own grave.
You said she's not supposed to be here, right? She's not meant to be. You said she could go back.
I don't know what I said. I was in shock.
You saw it. I could see it in your eyes. Help me get her back.
Can't go back. It's over.
You're going back. I'm not going to let this happen a second time.
Cole grabs one of the bigger fish that had been swimming close.
You guys know. Tell me how to send her back. Tell me.
The fish just blows an air bubble at him. Cole throws him to the wall.
Goddamn fish.
The fish has floated to the ceiling. Other fish are nibbling at him.
I don't know if I want to go or if I even get a choice. I ask her, what's the wall doing? Can you go see?
Aiska gets up to look out the window.
It's not moving.
Cole grabs a piece of the food and eats. Aiska goes to the kitchen to cook up a nice meal.
I'm so lost. This wasn't meant to be this way. It was all supposed to end.
I'm glad it didn't.
Eve takes him onto her lap and holds him, comforting him.
I kind of like it here in a weird way.
Eve reaches up to touch a fish. It plays with her. Interior home later.
Come, our feast awaits us.
Cole and Eve had fallen asleep on the couch and both wake to the smells of food. The table is filled with familiar yet slightly different foods. One is the large flying fish from earlier. Aiska grabs a piece of it and eats.
Looks amazing. I didn't know you could cook.
I'm just glad we can still eat here. Feels like everything's been forgotten or unfinished.
Imagine how it was for me before you two showed up. Now I barely go to the graveyard.
I'm glad you were here when I arrived. The place before had no one. No fish, no you, no dog. At least the first place had you. I'm sorry about Amka. I know you loved her.
I couldn't stay without you. I don't know what I'd do when you leave.
I'm not leaving again. I don't know if I would ever even get to my dad, and I think we need each other. All of us.
Eve looks toward Aiska as well and smiles, then takes a scoop of scalloped bizarre veggies.
This actually reminds me of one of my favorites. Haven't had it since I was a kid.
Does it?
Like scalloped cream potatoes. I loved them. I used to fill my whole plate with them. No room for anything else.
That is really nice. It feels normal.
Cole takes a scoop of purple mashed potatoes.
Almost.
They laugh and all eat together, enjoying the company and semi-normalcy. The fish float and watch them eat like a dog around the dinner table. Eve sneaks some food to a couple of them under the table.
Well, that was the best meal I've had in my life.
Death.
Death, yeah.
Why not finish it off with a sleep like old times?
I'd like that.
I call the back room.
And we're going to my bed.
Eve grabs Cole's hand and leads him to the bedroom. She shuts the door behind them, turns around and begins to kiss him.
I wonder what sex is like here.
For real?
Eve nods. Cole kisses her more fervently. They have an intimate moment under the sheets. Interior home morning. Cole has held Eve all night long in his arms. Eve wakes in his embrace and kisses him on the lips.
Morning, handsome.
Good morning, my beautiful.
Oh, no morning breath.
Yeah, cool.
Cole kisses her.
So, sex in the afterlife. Pretty fucking awesome.
Eve laughs, gets up and opens the curtains. It's a perfect day. Can't see the wall from that side.
I think we should go back to the graveyard. We'll look together. That way, whatever we see, we've got each other.
Let's do it.
They step out of the bedroom and into the living room and see the white wall has entered the house. One side of the living room is the white wall. Fish are getting sucked in and popping back out by the kitchen, summoned to the frying pan on the stove.
Cole?
Where's Aiska?
I don't know. Aiska!
Eve opens the door to where he was sleeping and he's not there. Exterior home, day. They exit the home and look around. The car is just about to be sucked in.
Come on.
They get in and drive off. Exterior graveyard, day. The white wall wraps around the graveyard and does not enter. Eve and Cole exit the car.
Aiska!
Aiska.
They run to the top of the hill where they can look around.
He's not here.
Beach.
Eve nods and they jump in the car to drive to the beach. When they pass the mural, they see Aiska standing in front of it, staring at it. It's all in white. They pull up beside him and quietly get out. Oh, look at the mural.
The wall.
What's it mean?
I'm sorry.
Aiska turns to Eve and grabs her hands.
Promise me you'll forgive me?
What do you mean?
Please,
I forgive you.
no matter what.
Of course, no matter what. What is this about?
I couldn't sleep. I went to the wall for more answers, and it took me the entire night. In the morning, the wall spit me out almost at the graveyard.
You did this?
Aiska looks like he's aged 20 years. Eve notices something and looks behind a bush covering part of the mural.
Look at this.
It's the graveyard, not covered in white. She looks to the other side and sees something more behind a garbage bin and starts to move it aside.
Help me with this.
Cole starts to help her push. Aiska looks on for a while before he jumps to help them. Eve blocks the view.
Cole?
Cole looks and sees a painting of his dog. He goes to touch it and we see a flash. Exterior mural to cliff, evening. Amka is running around chasing the black butterfly with the blue wingtips and chases it right off of the cliff. We see Amka at the bottom, just as Eve had been at the beginning. We hear barking in the distance. Cole runs to the cliff and looks over. He sees Amka.
Amka, she's here.
Cole climbs down the cliff along the side where it's easier to get to Amka. Aiska grabs Eve by the shoulder.
I have to tell you something.
It can wait. Amka's here.
Eve runs towards Cole and climbs down as well. Exterior beach day, Cole hugs Amka and Amka jumps over him. Eve comes and gives her some pets.
I can't believe I've got my 2 girls here with me. Heaven or hell, I don't know what this place is, but I've got you 2. Nothing can go wrong.
Cole grabs Eve in an embrace. They all play on the beach. Aiska arrives and is out of breath.
The storm is coming. We have to leave. Now.
Rain droplets slowly come down, barely noticeable.
It's just a little rain, Aiska. Hey, come meet Amka.
The rain isn't just rain here, my friend.
Eve looks into his eyes and sees the seriousness. The sky turns dark and we hear the thunder in the distance.
Come on. We haven't been here during a storm yet. If he says we leave, we leave.
There's a crack of lightning and thunder in the ocean right in front of them, about 100 feet.
Let's go.
They all run to the less steep side of the cliff and climb to the car. Amka has troubles but makes progress. The sky worsens and rain pours down. The cliff collapses close to where Amka is and jumps up just in time. They run to the car. Interior car day.
We can't go to the house. Not anymore.
The fish from the house swim past them in a school.
Go to the blue house.
You got it.
They see a large turtle slowly swim by the car. An interior blue house day. Chaos ensues while they fight to get inside the house during the storm. An electric eel narrowly misses them as they get through the door and slam it shut just before a heavy thud.
Nice home.
Aiska disappears into the house. Cole looks out the window at the storm with flying fish and beasts from the ocean. The dog shakes and gets water over them both.
I'm just glad it's here.
A big water animal bumps against the window.
Me too.
Amka, you crazy pup. Trust you to follow a butterfly off a cliff.
What?
What do you think? Well, how do you think she got here? She had to die again.
Well, that's pretty specific.
Cole shrugs and flicks up the light switch off and on, but it doesn't turn on the lights. The home is quite sparse. Looks totally empty, yet Aiska comes in with an armload full of fresh, fluffy towels and passes them out.
Where do you find them? I thought the place is empty.
Thanks.
I'm not sure. They weren't there the first time I looked, and on my way back, they were folded in the bathroom, waiting for us.
Even one for Amka.
Eve takes the last one and scrubs Amka's coat down with the towel. Eve gets up and begins to look around.
This place looks familiar.
Eve slowly looks around at first and then runs to the back rooms. She opens the door and it's all her bedroom furniture from the other house, but set up differently. She turns around to the guys.
What is this?
You said you'd forgive me.
What do you mean? Forgive you for what, Aiska?
Cole comes in and sees her room, turns around to Aiska, looks at Eve. Aiska backs up and walks away.
Forgive you for what?
Cole grabs her and holds her to give Aiska a moment. The front door slams. Eve breaks free from Cole and runs to the door. Aiska walks away into the wind, rain, and sea creatures. A shark comes towards her. Cole pulls her back in as the door shuts from the wind.
Cole, what's going on? Why is my bedroom here?
Eve looks like she's realized something.
We have to get him back.
We'll go. You stay here. I can at least do this for you.
Cole runs out the front door with Amka. Exterior blue house evening.
Stay back.
Crazy old man. Get back in the house.
I can't.
I'm not going back in without you. You want her to lose us both again?
I can't face her.
You told me you were running, Aiska. You remember? You made me promise I was done too.
I'm not ready.
You are. You brought us all through this. You brought me there to face my family. I faced them because of you.
That was all your doing. I simply led you here.
And now it's my turn to lead.
Amka jumps towards the eel that heads straight for Aiska's face and bites the tail. She shakes and attacks it till it's dead, then lays down chewing on it like it's a bone.
Come on, it's time.
Aiska swipes at an aggressive fish going after his fingers.
You done running yet? I'm right here with you.
I never would have done what I had if I knew this.
Come on, she'll forgive you. You know she will. You're going to have to forgive yourself too.
Cole reaches out towards Aiska, who grabs his hand. Cole pulls him up. They all run towards the house, dodging sea creatures and lightning.
Go on.
Aiska reaches for the door. Just as he opens it, a giant octopus arm smacks Cole away to the property next door. The wind is strong and pushes him back. Eve opens the door just as she does. Aiska turns to grab Cole. The wind blows the door open and Eve gets flung outside.
Go back inside now.
Amka runs to Cole and pulls him towards the house. Aiska reaches them and grabs a fallen tree branch to use as a weapon. They slip back with the wind to make progress towards the house. As the wind drops them all to the ground, the school of fish from the house comes to create a wind break for them. Others go around the back of them to push. They make it back in. Interior blue house night. Aiska and Cole catch their breath while Amka jumps on Eve.
Eve, I'm so sorry, honey.
Dad?
Aiska nods his head and holds his arm out.
Dad!
The living room furniture appears as they hug, a Christmas tree in the corner.
I never saw the damage I would do.
Dad, it's okay. I understand.
It's not okay.
Okay, but I forgive you. I missed you so much.
I missed you too.
Eve looks past Aiska and sees Cole staring at the tree.
He just wanted my attention.
Eve holds Cole from behind, giving him support.
It's time, Cole. You didn't know. If you could have, you'd do differently now. It's time to forgive.
I don't know how.
Eve holds his hand and looks at the tree with him. Emka paws his leg and nuzzles up to him. Cole walks to the couch and sits down.
Nothing surprises me about this place anymore.
It gives you what you need, not what you want.
Aiska looks at Eve.
But sometimes it gives you both.
Eve embraces Cole on the couch and Amka jumps up to lay her head on his lap.
Speaking of what we need, I'm going to make us something hot.
Aiska goes to the kitchen while Eve gets up to start a fire in the fireplace to warm up. It gets crackling nice and bright and loud. The box of Christmas decorations is beside the tree and Cole picks one up.
Would you? With me?
Eve nods. Cole and Eve decorate the tree while Amka looks on from the couch. Cole and Eve hold each other while looking at the tree.
Thank you.
Eve smiles at him and gives him a kiss.
I love you.
I love you too. I think I understand now.
There's now photos on the mantle and Eve picks one up. Cole sees a Polaroid camera on the coffee table and picks it up. Amka jumps up and runs over to Eve. He takes a photo of the two of them. Aiska comes in with a tray of hot chocolate and a bowl of candy, extra special, and passes the mugs to Eve and Cole. Aiska sets his down and gives Eve a big hug.
Oh, I forgive you, Dad. I love you.
I love you too, my little girl. I love you so much. You mean the world to me.
Aiska kisses her on the head.
Why don't you two stand together by the fireplace and I'll take your picture?
Cole snaps the shot.
Let's see.
Cole passes the Polaroid to Aiska and sits down with a big smile and picks up the first photo. It is the photo of Eve and Amka that Cole found earlier at the other house. He looks at it confused. Eve goes to sit down in the spot that her dad shot himself, and as soon as she sits, she vanishes. Amka barks and jumps to where she was. Cole jumps up.
Eve.
Aiska turns around and sees that she's gone. Cole screams and jumps towards the fire. Aiska holds him back.
She wasn't supposed to be here.
You knew this was going to happen?
Cole looks in his eyes, then punches him in the face. They get in a rumble.
How could you let this happen? I just got everything back. I can't lose her again.
She was never here.
That's not true. She was here.
Aiska gets the upper hand and holds him down.
Just stop and go to bed. You're lucky we had her this long.
Amka comes along to lick his face. Cole lays down on the spot. Eve vanished and he cries.
I can't do this anymore. I can't.
You can, and you will, just like I have.
Aiska lifts Cole and guides him to the bed. It's now his bedroom from when he was a child. He sees his brother there, jumping on his bed.
Jules, get down. You're going to hurt yourself.
Cole reaches for him and he vanishes. Cole turns and sits on the bed, just one right out.
Here's where things will start to get a little bumpy.
Start? I told you I can't do this anymore. I can't handle it.
Aiska turns the lights off.
Go to sleep.
Cole has no fight left in him. He lays down, covers up, and pats the bed for Amka to jump up.
Don't disappear on me.
Cole curls up with Amka and falls asleep. Interior hospital dream. The bright lights in the hospital. Cole is like a ghost that moves through the corridors. He comes to a door. It says Eve Jackson on the door. He feels it with his finger, then walks in. Eve is laying in the hospital bed, unresponsive. There are machines hooked up to her. She's still alive. He looks to the corner chair where her mother sleeps curled up.
I'm sorry, Loretta.
Loretta stirs in her sleep. There's a loud bang. Interior blue house night. Cole wakes. Emka scratches the door to be let out. Cole exits and sees Aiska getting up from the floor. Aiska looks up to see Cole.
I'm a rough sleeper since I got here.
Fell out of bed?
Yep.
Cole looks up and sees a stuffed swordfish hanging above his bed. Aiska notices.
That's my buddy. We were pretty close at one time, till I killed him, stuffed him, and put him where we never have to be apart.
Cole looks shocked and confused.
Oh, don't worry. You won't be next. He gave me my third hole.
What?
First storm I endured here. I see this guy swimming in the distance, but I can't make out what it is. Once I can, wham! It's too late.
Aiska opens his robe and sticks his finger into the hole in his chest.
Stuck right through me. So I killed him. He tasted great, so I guess I can't complain.
Aiska turns over and goes back to sleep.
Night.
Cole goes into the kitchen, picks up some cold hot chocolate and takes a sip, then walks into the living room. He picks up the photos. There are cinders in the fireplace. He grabs some tinder to keep the fire going, lays it down and blows on it till it lights up again. He carefully lays down bigger logs. Cole sits back and holds the photo to his chest. Emka jumps up next to him, head in his lap. Cole sits and pets him. Cole looks at the tree they decorated. A glass ornament falls down and rolls towards him. He picks it up and it's the crack pipe. The bowl of candy has turned into white rocks and there's the lighter beside him from when Eve lit the fire. He puts the rock in the pipe and melts it in. Emka whines at him.
What? Don't look at me like that. Not right now.
Cole sucks it back, hoping for release. Nothing. He puts another in and sucks it back, smoke into his lungs, but it doesn't seem satisfying at all.
Why isn't it working?
He does another and then slams the pipe down and it breaks. He grabs the longer sharp end and remembers what he did by the same by the water. Emka whines.
Sorry, girl.
He jabs it into his neck and lays back, waiting for the sweet release of death again, and closes his eyes.
You imbecile.
Cole wakes up. He's got the broken crack pipe sticking out of his neck. He's soaked in blood. The end of the pipe drips blood like a downspout after the rain.
Why am I still here?
You can't kill yourself here. Why do you think I have these 3 holes in my chest?
Cole looks down at his chest and sees he's covered in blood. Emka's still in his lap. She whines. He looks up at Aiska.
What do I do?
Leave it, rip it out, makes no difference.
Cole rips it out. Blood sputters out of his neck and then slows to a trickle.
But what do I do? She's gone. I can't leave.
Do you not yet get what I don't have all the answers? You think I want to be stuck here with the boy who tried to murder my daughter. But here we are.
Cole begins to cry.
Oh, stop.
Why did she have to go?
She was never here. Not really.
She was. I know she was.
Nope. That was what I conjured up whilst all alone. With the little bit of energy I had, you filled her in with her spirit left inside of you.
Then what is real?
All of it.
Emka jumps.
All of it is real, Cole. If you don't get that by now, what's it going to take? It all matters, so it's all real.
The fire flares up to twice its size. Aiska warms his hands by it. Cole lays on the couch, giving up.
How do I get her back?
You don't. You lost that privilege when you drove into the mural.
Is it real? What you told me?
What? The home? The gun wound? The horse races that led me to take my own life? Yes, Cole, yes. I am Eve's father.
Aiska throws the rope down on the ground and stares at Cole.
I am her fucked up father. The reason she turned to you.
Aiska sits, bare bottom on the hearth where Eve just appeared, sweat dripping down off his body.
It's hot as hell in here.
Is that where we are?
Aiska shrugs.
Could you put some clothes on?
That's what's going to make you uncomfortable about this place? My balls out in the open? Well, all right.
Aiska gets up and walks to his bedroom. We hear drawers open and slam. He comes out wearing what Cole died in and throws Cole a fruit.
Come on, stop feeling sorry for yourself and get up. We're going for a walk.
Cole sits up, reluctantly stands, holds onto the wall to steady himself, and then follows Aiska out. Exterior street day. Cole looks off into the distance, the white wall still where it was last. They head into the direction of the mural, walking.
Shouldn't we take the car just in case?
Just move your legs. It will do you good.
They walk in silence past all the broken poles. Dead and dying sea creatures squirm and flop on the ground.
Looks like a feast.
Cole manages a laugh. They turn the corner and see the mural painted black.
What's it mean, the mural?
What do you think?
I don't know. Keeps changing.
I see it like a barometer of sorts. We aren't the only ones here. I know it looks that way, but this mural tells the story.
So what's black mean?
Guess we'll see. Want to go to the water?
Nope.
Suit yourself.
Aiska runs and jumps over the cliff, cannonball style. Cole runs to see. The water is high and over the beach. Aiska is floating on his back in the water and waves to Cole. Cole goes back to the mural, looks behind the bush. It's all black, not a square different. Cole looks around, then at Amka.
You stay here.
Cole runs, covered in his own dried blood, to the cliff and swan dives off of it like before. This time he lands in the water right next to Aiska, covering him in a wave of water. Aiska splashes back, red spreads out into the water around him, and he is washed off. Amka barks and runs back and forth on the edge of the cliff, wanting to get down.
See? Doesn't that feel better than glass in your throat?
Much.
Then next time, just come here. It's the third nicest place on wherever this is.
What's the first and second?
The nicest is the graveyard. It's where I get to spend time with someone other than myself, where I get to see the living.
Then the second?
The ice cream shop.
Cole turns over to face Aiska.
Are you kidding me?
No,
What took you so long to tell me?
I didn't want to share yet.
Cole splashes Aiska. Amka jumps off and lands right next to Cole in the water. Water splashes onto them both.
You crazy girl. Come here.
Cole pets her while she's treading water.
Well, let's go.
Exterior street day. Amka shakes her wet coat all over Cole and Aiska as they head down the street. Between two buildings is a little hidden bright sky blue door. Intricately carved, Aiska opens the door.
Go on, you first.
Interior ice cream shop day. It's more colorful than you could imagine inside. A happy place. Various flavors of soft serve line the walls. Inside are rows and rows of hard ice cream. There's a row of toppings bordering the ice cream and cones and bowls of every flavor. Cole starts by putting his hand under the soft serve cotton candy looking ice cream and pours it in, then heads to the next. Aiska passes him a bowl and spoon.
See, this is why I didn't tell you.
Come here, girl.
Cole fills the bowl up with chocolate flavored for her. He looks up at Aiska.
Can't hurt her here, right?
Maybe, just give her half.
Cole scoops some back out, then grabs himself a chocolate-dipped sugar cone and scoops up a bunch of flavors. Sprinkles some on top and sits down at the one table by the window with a second bowl full of toppings that he dips the ice cream in. Aiska looks on and smiles, then grabs himself a regular cone and fills it with soft-serve vanilla, then sits down.
Seriously? Vanilla?
I've tried every flavor here. It's still my number one. Why stray from a good thing?
Each enjoy the ice cream like in a trance-like state. Cole looks up.
I have to see her.
That's more like it.
To first nicest place?
To the best.
Exterior street day. Drive off in the car to the graveyard. They all get out and walk towards the gravestone for the last time. Cole looks at the name written on the back.
So what's your name really?
I almost forget. What's it say on the front?
Kevin?
Yeah, that's not me.
I know, so?
I'll tell you later.
Aiska grabs Cole's hand and puts it down on the gravestone. Exterior graveyard from life and back day. The sounds of crying and laughter of voices surround them. People they don't really know walk past. There's no real rhyme or reason to what's happening. It is busier than any graveyard should be. Cole lifts his hand off.
I'm going to hers.
It won't be there, Cole. She's not there.
Cole runs towards her gravestone. There's nothing there. He looks around, then sees shadows and runs towards them.
Is this her? Aiska, is this her?
Cole jumps towards her. Aiska looks while touching the stone and sees that it's not her. The woman shivers as Cole goes through her. Cole screams in pain as he gets up.
It's not her.
I've got to find her.
Just come here and relax a bit. You don't always have to be doing stuff. Just watch. If you happen to see her, then go. Till then, just learn. Enjoy. It's the closest we have to life now.
Cole walks back to Aiska and sits down next to him, back to the gravestone, and leans back.
I don't see anything.
It must touch your bare skin.
Cole reaches back to grab hold of it. Exterior graveyard from life, night.
Whoa, it's night now?
It's everything all at once.
Why am I seeing darkness?
It's where you're focused.
Cole takes his hand away from the gravestone and just sits.
What's going to happen now?
It's not a movie, Cole. I haven't seen what happens.
No, that's a lie. You did see what happens. You knew before Eve left what was going to happen.
I didn't know it all. It was more a feeling, a knowing.
I can't take an entirety of this, swimming in the ocean.
Doesn't sound so bad.
Every flavor of ice cream for so long. Eating every flavor of ice cream for so long that now I only go back for vanilla.
Again? Not so bad.
And not even knowing your name? You're the only other one here.
Please, this again, it's just a name. A rose by any other name.
Would smell is sweet. Yeah, okay. But Aiska,
Yes?
it means mixed blood and Lakota. Half breed, not shaman, not shadow man. It literally means you speak white.
How do you know?
Because I am one. My grandpa used to call me that. Cousins used to make fun of me. Your name sucks, man.
Amka comes between them and licks Cole's face.
Fine. You want to know what Amka means?
It's just a name, dude.
Okay. It also means wake up.
Aiska grabs his hand and holds it to the stone. Exterior graveyard from life, night. Cole breathes in shock as a man from the other side grabs him by the shoulders and shakes him. Cole screams out in pain at the burn. The man wears thick gloves. Cole forces his hand back. Exterior graveyard, night. Cole stands up facing Aiska.
What the fuck was that?
Aiska grabs him again and holds his hand down on the stone. Exterior graveyard from life, night. Man comes towards him again and holds him still. Interior hospital, night. Cole watches Eve in bed. The doctor is doing an ultrasound on her belly. Loretta stands beside her and there is a heartbeat on the screen. Loretta embraces her and Eve looks directly towards Cole over Loretta's shoulder. Exterior graveyard, night. Cole forces his hand away again, terrified and excited. He looks at Aiska and then puts his own hand back on the stone. Interior hospital, night. The lights are flickering in the hospital. Cole is in a bed and sits up. It looks abandoned. He gets up and walks around calling out.
Hello? Is anybody here? Hello? Eve.
Shadows pass through the hallways. Cole jerks back away from them so they don't touch. One stops and looks right at him, then shoots off down the hall at inhumane speeds.
Eve, where are you? I didn't know, Eve. I didn't know. I'm so sorry.
Exterior graveyard, night. Cole takes his hand away again. Amka licks it.
What is this? Where is it taking me?
You need to wake up, Cole.
I can't. You even told me I couldn't.
I lied.
No, I saw your face. It wasn't a lie.
The white wall closes in and surrounds the graveyard now. Cole notices.
Why didn't you tell me it was coming closer?
I'm trying to do the right thing here, Cole. I'm trying to get you home.
Then what about you?
I am where I am.
I can't leave you here alone. I can't do that to you.
You have no choice, Cole.
Ayusko holds his hand down to the stone. Interior hospital, night. Bright lights all around. The hospital is busy with chaos. Cole sees bodies all around him and can't breathe. He grabs the oxygen mask and rips it off, gasping for air. He looks around the room and the doctors and nurses fight to help him. The sound of the heart monitor goes flat as he falls back to the gurney and it all goes dark. Exterior graveyard, night. Cole looks at Aiska and shakes his head no.
It's over.
No, not yet.
It's over, Aiska.
One more time.
Okay, one more time. But we're both going in, so you can see.
Aiska nods. Exterior graveyard from life, day. Eve comes in wearing black. She stops in front of the grave they are at and looks hard to see them. Come on, Eve. It's over here.
Just a minute, Mom.
Eve touches the gravestone and looks into Cole's face. She sees him. He sees her.
Eve.
You're here. Dad, Cole, I'm so sorry I didn't tell you.
Eve wells up with tears. Cole grabs her in a hug. It pains him, but he holds on tight and kisses her neck. She shivers and lets go. He disappears for her. She touches it again to see them, but it won't work.
Cole? Dad!
Eve begins to cry and Loretta comes to hold her. They walk off together. Cole runs after her and she becomes a shadow. Exterior graveyard, night. Aiska stays back. They walk to a glowing gravestone. He walks to stand beside her. He touches her hand and looks to the grave. It says Cole Robinson, 2001-2020. Loved son, brother, and friend, till we meet again. Eve jerks her hand away, warms it up, and then places it out to be held. Cole grabs the shadow's hand. Eve places it on her belly. Eve's shadow face turns to look at him.
I love you.
I love you.
Cole walks back to Aiska. There's a shadow of Jules and his mom coming towards the gravestone.
He truly does love you.
Cole nods. Cole grabs the gravestone and sees Jewel and his mom walking towards the gravesite while Eve and her mom stand at it. His mom grabs Eve's hand. They embrace. Eve turns to face Jules and he reaches towards her to give her a hug. Cole lifts his hand from the stone to wipe away a tear and sees the bright white wall closing in.
It's getting closer now.
Why do you never tell me?
Why? What you're looking at is what matters right now.
The shadows of the families walk off into the light and disappear. Cole's eyes get bigger and mouth drops open.
The bright light, the one.
Breathe, son.
It's the bright light, you know, the light at the end of the tunnel. Like the whole thing you always hear about death and dying, and you're supposed to go to the light.
Aiska smiles. Cole looks somber.
Will you come with me?
Ready? Are you ready?
Cole looks around.
Looks like the ice cream shop is gone, so.
Cole nods yes. Aiska puts his arm around his shoulder and gives him a hug. Amka jumps up for hers. Cole bends down to hold her and give her a kiss on the nose. The light comes closer to where they stand.
The dog wants a cameo, okay? The dog wants a cameo. It's perfect timing. It's good.
Wait.
Where are we?
Wait,
We can't wait much longer.
your name. What's your name?
Aiska laughs, grabs his hand. Amka jumps up and they put their arms around her. The light closes in around them until it's a white screen. A few of the flying fish sneak in their last minute before it's entirely white. The black butterfly with glowing blue tips flies out of the white screen and towards the screen till it covers it. Fade to black.
Wow.
Okay.
Yep, that was an intense one.
Yeah,
Woo.
excellent work. Exactly what I was gonna say.
I thought I was gonna cry, but no, I composed myself. Yay.
Vicky did though. She was crying up. I didn't. Whew.
All right, we'll talk about it, but first, as usual, before we do, in case anyone has to go, let you guys say a little more who you are and what you're up to and where people can find you.
Did you want to stop maybe sharing the script?
Yeah, we can do that as well. That's a great idea. Thank you, Heather.
You're welcome. Oh, you took the hoodie away. Now I'm sad.
Oh,
There, that's more you. That is totally more you.
So, Mulder, would you like to go first? Playing the role of Amka tonight.
He would like to apologize for his interruptions.
Oh, he's cute. We forgive him.
Well, I'm Morgan. I'm a SAG actor, voice actor, author, teacher. And yeah.
Awesome. Where should people look for you if they want to find you?
Oh, Instagram, Morgan Elizabeth Toll.
Mulder likes that. All right. Give her some more likes like Mulder. Petra Stedman.
Hello. Okay, so state down in the States. Findable mostly on @Peterson at Twitter. I should probably get other social medias, medium, I don't know, to be findable. But yeah, currently working on whatever. And in the meantime, I think I'm always interesting and fantastic experience with this amazing crew. So there you go.
Yeah, it is. Thank you. Heather Lee Cameron.
Hello, I'm Heather Lee Cameron. I am an actor, a writer, a voice actor, a theater actor, and I'm a creative freelancer and soon to be a student in family history research. Yeah, I do a lot. I can be found on YouTube under the Storm and Latter Day Saint, and all my social media links are there. And I can also be found on Facebook under Heather Lee Freelancer. I can also be found on the Actors Access, Backstage, all those pretty little actor sites. Yeah, I'm not really doing anything right now, but I'm open to work. And yes, I can balance it with schoolwork. I'm very good at multitasking. So if you want to hire me for projects, I have a nice little Blue Yeti Nano on my desk, and I record things with Audacity quite well. I actually just recorded a nice little new voice reel today of Khan Noonien Singh just for funsies. Yes, I did, Petra. You can laugh at it, but it's pretty darn good.
I think it's cute. I'm like, okay.
If we ever do Star Trek 2, I'm claiming Khan for myself.
I think you should take some of the clips from here, Table Read Tuesday, and put together a reel from some of them.
Well, I have a reel, but I'll make another one. If you send me clips of my best work here, I'd be happy to do that.
So
anyway, I am open to work. You can contact me about that at heather.lee.cameron@gmail.com.
Sweet. And Vicky Dykes.
Hello, I'm Vicky Dykes. I'm from Central Alberta. You can find me on Instagram. I'm YogaGramma7, and I'm on Facebook under the name Vicky Dykes. And I actually have a few things on the go. I have a yoga show that's still going to be happening, but we're still back burner. I have to wait for politics and stuff to smooth out and some changeovers to happen, but I have made a new contact and I'm going to be joining her. She has a YouTube channel, so I'll be acting with her. And until we get together and actually start it happening, I'll wait to give you the information where you can find us. And I made another contact, and he's going to help me get things set up, social media, so it's a little more professional, because really I don't represent myself actress-wise there. And I'm getting new headshots done in a couple of weeks, so that's a really good thing. Wow. Because they were about 25 years old. So yeah, I'm moving and shaking here.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's awesome. So awesome. All right. I have to say it, otherwise Heather will. Thank you, Heather. I'm Jacob Patrick. Find me at jacobpatrick.com or here at Table Read Tuesdays. So here to learn more about writing and screenwriting and try and do some of my own, as I know many others in this group are doing as well.
Oh my goodness, he is so modest. He is like the god of everything.
I said something. Now that we've all introduced ourselves and saw what we can find.
Petra, you did not just say, oh my gosh, you just referred to Spock as the pointy-eared one. That is so rude. Oh my God.
Could we not have a better conversation about private DMs? It's like, lady, I chatted that for a reason. Shh. 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 No dairy. Okay, anyway.
What we can discuss, it's not a private DM, is what we thought of that script. So who would like to be the brave one to go first about that script?
Coming as like a several decades at this point, like fic writer, I am just like my brain had to hard screech and go like, there needs to be a content warning, a potential trigger warning. Like, I don't know if it would go on the poster or maybe like a title card, like the beginning of like a particularly intense special episode of a TV show or something, but just some type of heads up. Or I realize, not like in the sense that it's going to spoil anything, but just that was a lot, without any heads up that that's what was coming. And I realize we read scripts and we usually have no idea what's coming if we're not familiar with it, but it was a lot. There was a lot. I was like, okay, that was a lot.
When we re-edit it, we'll put that one of those at the beginning.
I do have a question. I don't know who can answer this. Maybe
Angelina can't because she can't talk yet.
Well, maybe you can, because you guys talk about our scripts all the time. You're like besties. So maybe you can answer it. So I'm curious, are there like afterlives in the afterlife, or are there like parallel universes in the afterlife? Because it seemed like they were like going from parallel to parallel universes in the afterlife, or there were like afterlives in the afterlife.
Well, I mean, this is what I think she needs to hear, is like, what questions do people have after hearing this or watching this? And so you just having that question is good feedback.
And another question, yeah, I have a couple, sorry.
No, go for it.
Like,
I was gonna say one thing.
What's his face was like killing his dog. Sorry, I was in the middle of asking, and it takes me a minute to conjure up the question. Like, you know, the one dude could kill his dog, he could kill himself, he could kill whatever. Like, can spirits actually do that to other spiritual beings? Or is that like a fantasy spirit? Is that like a middle ground spiritual world where you can actually do that, or what?
Another good question. Do you want us to attempt to answer our thoughts on these, or do you have another one you want to say first? Or you want to save the other one for after?
So was this, it kind of reminds me, has anybody ever seen the movie If I Stay? You know, where the girl gets tossed out of her body and has to decide whether or not she wants to join her family in the afterlife. And
I saw the trailer. I didn't watch the movie. I don't know that many people saw the movie, according to the box office receipts.
Yeah, like she gets tossed out of her body and she has to decide whether or not she wants to go back in her body or join her family.
Well, that one, I think the concept was like, is between the freedom of the afterlife or the pain but familiarity of going back to your life. It seemed to be and granted, this is only from me watching the trailer, but
yeah, it just made me feel like
there's a lot of stuff that this almost seems, I don't know if it's intentional referencing or just like anything that's set in the afterlife or has to do with the afterlife is going to kind of maybe make you think that, whether it's intentional or not. But like, I mean, a little bit of that vibe, but also the whole very what dreams may come. There's a lot in this that's just like, okay, you can kind of shades of this and shades of that, and you can kind of see stuff, whether it's intentional or not would be my question. But I don't know, it seems to reference a lot of stuff, whether it's intentional or not, or if it's just you're interpreting. I think it might also be like you're answering your first question. It's like whatever you think is, but maybe correct, or maybe she does have like a larger plot that just isn't like as clarified. But I don't know, I'm willing to take this on like whatever you think, whatever your interpretation of it is ultimately like as correct as, you know, what the author's vision was on it.
And so I'm just curious. I know I'm asking a lot of weird stuff here, but so was this little thing in the afterlife, like he was told he couldn't go back, he was told he was dead, but was this little experience like his punishment for the bad choices he made in his attempt to kill himself or his friend, or what?
I mean, I'm just guessing, but from what I took from it, from us listening to it, reading it, is your first question. That's what I saw it as, like, yeah, they had like 3 levels. They could die again, but then they got hit this bottom level where they couldn't die anymore at that point, and they're stuck there. And from pulling from what other movies and other things I've done on your other question, to me, what I took from it is that, I just forgot your question.
Can the ghosts kill each other when they're on that side? Was her second question.
Was that the last question? right there.
That was her second question, not her last question.
Okay,
That
yeah.
was her first
The
question
last
was,
question was gonna.
like it does. Are there like different
Universe.
dimensions or alternate like realities in the afterlife or whatever?
And what was your last one? Your most recent one? That's what I was going to
Oh,
comment
it's
on.
written in the comments. I'm not going to look for it.
Okay, then.
Somebody can look for it if they really want it.
Oh, if that was a punishment. To me, I thought it was like what they do in other movies of like an unresolved soul, like stuck and can't move on until things are resolved or something. That's what it felt like to me. But I don't know if that's right or wrong. That's just what I took from it on that aspect. What about the rest of you?
It
Vicky,
feels like the
Morgan?
platform vibe, honestly, because there's a point where the main character feels like he's an unresolved soul trying to help somebody become the main message of the film or something. I don't know if you've ever seen The Platform. It's a
No.
crazy film.
But see, that wasn't what I took from it. Was more, Iasko was having kind of a dual role. He's both trying to solve his own conflict and unresolved business and kind of get Cole to accept what's going to happen. It's like Eve has a chance to go back. It doesn't seem like Cole does. I mean, it's his body that's getting loaded in at the beginning, not Eve's. It seems like he's pretty much gone from the beginning, and he just has to get to the point where he can accept that. If you're going through and looking at it as almost like a metaphor for the stages of grief, it seems like the end goal is to get him to acceptance, which is like, okay, I mean, you don't necessarily want it, but you're kind of not going to fight it anymore. So that's kind of more what I took from it. It's not like a punishment, and I don't know that he could have gone back realistically. I think he tried. Whether that was something that was going to work or just it was like a last ditch effort, I don't know. But I don't know. What I took from it was more it's a stages of grief thing, getting him to, you can't go back. You have to accept that you can't go back, and you also can't really stay here. This is you cross over when there's no more unfinished business, and so both of them getting to sort of sort their stuff out, I think helped them get to the point where they could go past it. Was
Well,
what I took from it.
like, maybe this whole journey was to get him to accept the thing that caused him to start on the path of bad behavior that led to him wanting to crash into the mural, which was him accidentally shooting his brother in the head and killing his dog. Because that was like the first climax, and then the second climax was the crash into the wall. And then the third climax was then realizing, oh my God, I killed myself and this girl. Oh, I'm a freaking monster. Fourth climax was like, oh God, this girl isn't dead. Oh my God, I'm dead. Does that make sense? I've got a lot of people staring at me blankly, and I think I've
We're
We're
listening.
just letting you talk, sweetie. We're not hearing. Yeah.
I've really, oh God, I've overanalyzed.
No, we each have our own different views or takes or
See,
understanding.
this is why I don't open my mouth.
It's meant to
It
be
reminds
thought-provoking.
me-
You are entitled to your opinion and your questions and your analysis. This is what this is for.
There's like multiple climaxes, and then the rest of them, then after the fourth climax, it's the resolutions of the climaxes.
Okay.
That's what I think. Anyway, because I don't know. I could be wrong.
Okay. Again, this also could be one of those things where there is no right or wrong answer. Angelina's, what she wrote down to put on the page is different than your view when you watch it, is different than my version and interpretation when I viewed it or read it. It's different than Morgan's, is different than Joe Smith off the street. I mean, that's the beauty of a thing like this. Yeah, you can have this exact perfect vision of like, this is what I want you to feel and whatever, but you're going to have, that's kind of the beauty of any medium where you're taking something out of your head and putting it up for someone else to see, whether it's a book or a movie or a piece of art or something.
Anyway,
everybody's going to look at it through their eyes, interpret it through their brain, and feel it in a different way. This is what you're thinking, and these are your thoughts. That doesn't make them invalid in any way. You are allowed to say what you want and think what you want and ask what you want. Whether we have answers to those questions is something that remains to be seen, but that does not make it not okay for you to say them. You're allowed. Yeah, go.
If someone else has a different opinion or viewpoint, that doesn't make yours invalid. That doesn't make theirs more
No,
valid.
I just was worried about,
Yeah.
Mystifying you guys because I'm a bit of a weirdo, having
Nah.
been in the writing
Have you
career
met
since I
us?
was 6.
That's why we're here.
We're all,
But anyway,
yes.
Jacob was probably wondering if Morgan and Vicky had some thoughts. I'm
Yeah, it
curious
seems like
too.
Vicky wants to say something.
Well, to begin with, it reminds me a lot of Ghost Whisperer, where she's helping the spirits deal with things that they need to deal with, understand why they took their life, that, and it is a process and it does take steps to get there. And that includes Aiska / Kevin, even though I'm not sure where he ended up. Did he go to the white light? I'm not sure. But maybe that could be made a little more clear. One thing I want to say is, how many movies in a row have I ended up in tears at the end?
I know. I keep like, Nikki's crying. It's adorable.
Yeah. And actually, in a way, I'm kind of glad it happened again, because this is just like how many weeks in a row that
I know. It's starting to be a trend.
Yeah.
So I do.
You're an empathetic human. That's good.
I'm very empathic.
That's maybe why you're such a great actress. And props to Angelina for writing something that could, pull that emotion out of someone. And
Morgan.
what was that?
Morgan.
Oh, I think, and Angelina knows this, there's some great parts in here. Definitely well-written dialogue in a lot of sections. I think the hardest thing for me is right now it's not sellable due to the themes. And I think that would have to be sort of addressed if that is your goal, to sell the script, just because the theme is so sensitive and the way that it's dealt with in the script. It would be a very, very hard sell if you were to do this studio route. And then I have some other notes, but I can give them to you personally, Angelina.
Any of them that you can say for a broader audience?
I think overall the big note is, don't let the audience question too much. Allow for mystery, of course, but when there's so many questions happening within the script, the audience also gets confused. And I felt like a lot of times there was many, many questions that were like we were waiting for them to be answered. The way that the dialogue was written or somebody's line was said, it was a question that either got answered towards the end or didn't necessarily get answered because it was for the mystery. But I think when it happens too much in a script, that it confuses the audience. And it's like, we know, like as the writer, like that's the hardest part, is like we know what the answers are, and because we know our scripts better than anybody else. But the audience doesn't know. And one of the best things you can do is let the audience in on a little bit of secret, so that it helps us kind of understand the mystery a bit more, if that makes sense.
Do you guys feel like most of the questions were answered by the end of it that were raised during the movie, during the screenplay? Like those questions that you maybe had, or maybe they were asking, like, do you feel like most of them you felt like, oh, at the end, or do you feel like at the end you're like, no, they didn't say this, or I still don't know, or why?
I feel the planting and the payoff of some of the things, like you have this within about, I'd say I'd have to go back and look at exactly, but I think within about 3 to 5 pages, I was like, she's pregnant. shortly after we met Ayaska and we talked a little bit more, I was like, that's going to be her dad.
That's yeah.
So some of, I mean, it's good planting a payoff. It's like you have this setup of like stuff. She goes looking for him. She does find him, but doesn't realize it's him, and that's fine. But I was like, when they introduced the whole, okay, if she's pregnant and she makes the reference like you brought us here, I was wondering if like that was going to be her tether to be able to go back, even though they had said that she couldn't. But as far as the questions that are set up, it's kind of twofold. On the one hand, I don't think as many questions that could be found and are kind of laced through there are answered at the end, but also, like I said to Heather's thing, I think a lot of it is open to interpretation. So somebody may watch this and have no questions at the end. They may just like watch it and they walk away from it and go, okay, that was a thing. And then other people are going to like sit down and go, okay, what was the analysis of the fish? And like, why is it a swordfish and not a this? And why is it a shark? Is it a reference to the like loan sharks? And that's why it's an actual shark later. And why does it try to eat her? And what was the thing with that? It's like, you're going to be analyzing like why this type of sea life versus that type of sea life, and why, you know, the ocean, but not this, and why a beach, but not that. It's like, I don't know. I think a lot of it is open to interpretation. I don't know that much of it should be open to interpretation, but also, yeah, I don't know. There were questions.
More so like the themes, like you can have things in there that are bizarre and strange and you can question, but I think when the characters themselves are questioning the story constantly throughout the script, that's when the audience can get confused, because it's a constant question. What's happening? Where are we? What's going on? But it's through the entirety of the script. And there just has to be some sort of thing that the audience knows. The characters might not know, but the audience needs to know so that they don't get confused. We shouldn't be as confused as the characters.
I would like to know. Sorry, Vicki, were you going to say something?
I just, speaking of the life, the different forms of life, I really like the black butterfly with the blue tips. The symbolism of that, it's multi-leveled, and I think it really worked. It could even be brought in another time, you know, like it was a really strong thing that carried through.
Yeah. It could work on a couple of different levels as like a motif or something throughout it. Like maybe, I don't know, there's like a butterfly tattoo, or somebody has like, there's a butterfly sticker or something. You keep seeing not just that butterfly, but butterflies throughout when it's something kind of like, hey, pay attention to this. One of like the Christmas ornaments or something could be a butterfly. I was like, it seems like just because it is so good as a symbol, you know, keep touching on that point as it goes through. I did like that.
I'm curious though, does he choose to go back? And I feel like there could be a sequel to show what happens after. There's so many unanswered questions in the first story. I feel like there could be a sequel.
Which character?
To Cole, like the Cole, yeah, like does he go back? Because it shows like he could go back, and there could be a sequel to show the lessons that they learned from the first movie.
And if she really is pregnant, you know, that child could be born, and that could carry the storyline on.
Yeah. They could literally show, like, you know, flashbacks.
The one question I had, or felt kind of at the very end, like for me, a few of the scenes, it felt like, okay, this little part felt like it's dragging a little bit. Like they are asking, like I don't mind questions throughout the whole thing, like as long as we're along for the ride and we don't get too confused or bored or taken out of it. But some of them, when they're like, what about this? What about that? Right after, like, it felt like a little too long. And these are minor things in individual scenes, like kind of like we're spending time on the ice cream in the ocean. So like the ice cream stuff felt like a while for me I was just sitting there. I was like, all right, just for myself. I get that they're going through like, all right, here's one of the happiest places, here's the happiest place, and we get to the other happiest place. But for me, I was starting to feel a little lull there. And there's another spot, I don't know about if they were asking about, I should have wrote them down. I started to, but then it was in the messenger and I had to delete them. About, I don't know, learning the names at the end, or there was something else, something like maybe we felt like we knew, but just question, what about like, and they kept asking the same question of them like 5 times. I'm like, okay, just say it. um, and I thought I had something else, but I was gonna say at the beginning of this and I forgot. I'm sorry. Um, oh, the question at the end. So some of these things I felt like took a little longer, and it's like, but he's going through this process. He's finding this stuff out. He was going through this whole journey, but at the very end, he finds out that he's gonna have a kid, and he's like, okay, I'm good at leaving that. You think he like might want to be like, no, I can't leave the graveyard now because I want to see my kid. I want to see them grow up, or something like now I have to stay because if I leave now, then uh, I'm.
I,
That felt like
I,
a quick decision compared to everything else that he's struggling
yeah.
on.
Well, okay, number one, they have shown that he's impulsive, but I do kind of agree. I almost maybe like even just like a simple line, like a single sentence or two from Ayaska could kind of clear this up. But like, what happens if you stay is my only question, because like obviously you can't stay there for too long, or you don't have anything to do but watch the living and occasionally get touch burned or something, and just live this part of your, it's not even living, it's like an echo of something that you used to have, which is a little weird. But I don't know, I would almost, the one thing about it is like, if he knows that he can't stay, like, would he really be able to go back if he like tried hard enough, if he has like that extra burst to try? I mean, they do say like in that moment when they're watching the ultrasound that like he does try, and it's just not enough of a push. And I'm like, could he go back? And then what happens if he doesn't go through the wall thing at the end? Was like, because they both seem to reach this point of acceptance, which if that's the point of the journey that they were on is fine. But people might have kind of Jacob's reaction to it. It's like, okay, so he just found, I mean, he didn't just find out. I mean, we did have the reveal earlier that like, yeah, if finding out about his kid in the first place wasn't enough to kind of push him into it, I'm like, maybe he can't literally go back. And I was like, okay, if that's the rule that's being set up, that's fine. But I don't know. It's if there needs to be a little bit of clarification on like one point. Either the point of this is get him to the point where he accepts it, and it's like the journey through grief. And so when he does accept it, he's able to let it go. He's able to let go of the guilt and everything that he caused. And he's like, you know what? They're okay. His family and her family are kind of merging. They'll look after the kid. She's alive. They can go on without him, and that's why he's okay leaving. If that's the point, that's fine. If there's another reason he needs to leave, like he can't stay there, maybe clear that up with like a sentence or two. But I mean, just reading it, he had already tried to go back and he couldn't. So at that point, he's like, they're going to be okay. And that's why he's okay leaving. It's not, oh, I'm not going to fight to see my kid grow up. He already tried and couldn't. So this is just getting him to the point where my family's okay in like all forms. So
I agree with you. Like if they feel like there needs to be a fix, it could be a quick one. Like she could say, again, not to take these things, the note behind the note, if they even agree, but that she could just say something like, hey, we're going to be okay, and then that's enough. Or he's, I got to stay, and then you hear from the dad that's like, I chose what you chose, and I've been here all this time, and blah, 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 blah. And that can hopefully, or like you said, they can't control it, and the thing just, no, it's time, you understand, you know this, and washes over them. But I think it's better if they choose it than being forced to. But with that, you were asking some questions there. Do you guys feel like, and you guys might have mentioned it at the beginning, that there is a theme? Like what do you guys feel like the movie is about? Or one thing I kind of like is that at first you feel like it's going to be her story and her arc, and then it ends up being his. Like, so I'm like, oh, that's different than I thought. And I might have like got distracted during a part of it. So she was actually dead and actually there, and then she was able to go back, right? Is that what you guys got from? She wasn't always just never there, and Ayaska was always acting like he was her. Or was he just doing that later?
See, I think the whole grave thing was maybe more a vision, or it's like a potential. That's the thing. It does get a little muddled with the whole like, is this multiple timelines? Is this multiple universes within like parallel realities or something? Is this just you get glimpses of what is going on, what could go on, whatever? but I think they were maybe trying to get her to want to go back. And then once she makes the decision to go back, I don't know that she was necessarily dead. They only talk about one body bag at the beginning, which I'm pretty sure is Cole. They mention him later. But like, it also gets a little confusing because they mention him in the hospital, and I'm like, was he in a hospital bed in that scene? And because they mentioned a flatline monitor, and I'm like, well, if he's dead, he wouldn't be hooked up to one because they wouldn't waste the battery. But that part was a little confusing. It's like, if she's dead and then she's not, and then he was dead and then he's not, which death is permanent? Is it does get a little muddled about, like, are these glimpses of actual things that are happening? Are these glimpses of things that could happen? And how do you know which reality ends up being the reality? So it does get a little bit confusing, but I think overall it's like, yeah, I don't know. It seems to be more...
technically you can be dead and then they can revive you.
Right, but you don't usually take someone out of a body bag and put them in a hospital bed, was my point. He is in a body bag at the beginning, and it's clearly him and not her because they like pick her up. So you see her in the hospital, but then you also see her grave because you see her mom looking at her grave. And they're like, I can't go back, I've seen my own grave. I'm like, okay. But then later she's in the hospital bed, and when he sees the ultrasound, he's in a hospital bed with the, like, trying to come back, and then it flatlines, and I was like, okay, so that was where it got a little confusing. Is he dead? Is he not dead? Or like, what's the...
And same with her, like, did she see her grave? Does that mean she's actually dead and been dead for some time for them to actually be able to have a grave? But Vicky, did you have something you want to say on this?
Ayuska was very adamant about the fact that she never really was there. So I would go with that.
Yeah.
I don't think she really was there, no.
Okay.
But this is all good because if we have some questions, there might need be some clarification or not. All right, before we bring Angelina and allow her to speak, is there anything more thoughts you guys want to question or bring up? Or
I just want to say, like, and I think I've said this before, is when you're writing, to make sure to remember we don't read an obituary and cry because we don't know those people. And so it's important to remember to tell us who these people are, or show us who these people are. And I think we got a lot of that in the dialogue. But I felt like I knew more of the girl than I did the boy. And so when the stuff towards the end happened with him, I didn't feel as empathetic towards him just because I didn't know as much about his story. And it just goes back to the whole, you don't read an obituary and cry. So just something to keep in mind.
Mm-hmm. And do you feel one to learn more about him, or that we should maybe see more of the reactions of his family or her family at all? Or
I think just introducing, like, even just to see more of him and his brother, to see more of his family, to then when you see it and you it's like in Up, right? How we see the whole story, and then when the wife dies, we feel so emotional because we saw their whole story. We saw them. And so just to see more of the family, to see more of what it is he actually lost. Because you can say it, but if we didn't really see it, we don't feel as empathetic.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, the fact that the focus is so much on Eve and to a far greater extent Cole, I'm okay not cutting back to, like, the family as far as, like, their reactions to what happened, because we do flashback occasionally. We see, like, Loretta slapping her daughter to try and get her to wake up, whether she's dead in that moment or not. We see little bits of it, but I think it's okay that the focus is more on these two. I think with the issue that I had with it was like, aside from the flashback with like what happened with Cole, I think a lot of his stuff was very much telling. And even from the beginning, the little interaction that we see with Eve and her mom felt more revealing than the minor interaction we saw with Cole and his family. So either maybe balance those out a little bit, or, I mean, and honestly, like, the right actor could make something that short really work, but just from like reading it with what's on the page and what I'm seeing in my head, yeah, it needs something. I'm just not sure exactly what. So, but yeah, you definitely feel more of a connection to Eve, even though at least half of her stuff is spoken. I still feel more connected and like I know her better than I do Cole, because so much of his stuff is just telling you what happened. Even the few things that we see, she relates it more better than he does. More better, well, but.
Cool. I think that's really good feedback you both said right there. Well, all of it. Is there any more that we want to say or question? No. All right, Bruno, you can speak. No más silencio, Bruno. You're still muted.
Hey, there, now I'm not muted. You can't
All
really
right.
see the floating head. It's dark in here.
Do you want to respond to any of the questions that people had?
Oh, first of all, I loved hearing everything from everyone, whether questions have an answer or not. I loved hearing it, every little bit. So it's very good. You're muted though, Heather.
I do have a question. Did I butcher the narration? I tried my best.
Oh. I really enjoyed, even though we didn't have any men, I don't think we needed them. I mean, Jacob, you were here. I'm so glad you were here.
I know Vicky did a perfect job on the narration, but Vicky is always perfect in everything she does. So
yes. Yes. I'm so glad you're here too, Jacob, because I didn't want to do the
we need Jacob. Jacob's not allowed to go anywhere.
Yeah. So I forgot how brutal this was, so I apologize for that.
For what?
For the
done this before.
Well, just not giving a heads up, a warning that like, hey, if you guys are triggered by this stuff, you might want to opt out of this.
Oh,
yeah. I actually forgot. I forgot how, well, I mean, I knew the topic, but I forgot how brutal it was in many parts.
I think even any topic that is addressing something like that, even if it's not brutal, if somebody's gone through some of it or it's close to them, it could be very hard to deal with. So
yeah. I forgot.
Yeah, we thank you for you forgot the apology. Yeah. So
I hadn't read it. Kind of
recently.
I hadn't. Yeah, I've only read part of it since I wrote it 2 years ago. Almost 2 years ago. November 2019.
Right.
Well, Angelina, that's also why I say, if your goal is to sell, if that's what you want to do with it, just think about, I mean, you really have no idea when you send these to studios who's going to be reading the script.
Mm-hmm.
And because it's such a sensitive topic, and it's dealt with in such a heavy way in the script, it may just be something you either want to think about as far as, I don't want to say change, because you never want to change your script for somebody. But maybe find a director who might want to do this with you instead of selling the script.
Yeah, or if you do want to go multiple routes, like if you do want to sell it, then that's when research comes into play, like maybe finding people who have made similar movies or do things that are this.
Yeah, because it is heavy like that.
It is, yeah.
Like that Requiem for a Dream, and I loved how good it was, but I hate Requiem for a Dream.
It's a movie you can't really watch more than once, and I'm kind of worried. I wouldn't necessarily want this one to fall into that category. There are a list of movies that are like, you watch them once and you
And that's it.
they're it's good that
Yeah.
you saw them. You
Yeah.
never want to see them again.
Yeah.
It's
Requiem
like
for a
getting-
Dream, I never want to watch again. Clockwork Orange, I don't need to watch again. I did not like Midsummer.
No, there's some
Yeah,
really, I don't know. I probably could tone it down a lot. But
it's not even necessarily tone it down. It's just I'm not saying change it. I'm not even saying tone it down. If this is the direction you want to go forth. Just two things. Number one, maybe, I guess the word I'm looking for is like refine it a little bit, because there are a lot of very sharp edges on this right now, is the best metaphor I can come up with. And maybe that's what you're going for.
I don't know. So this
But
one, oh, sorry.
maybe give my second note on that is just whatever your goal is with this, give whoever is going to be experiencing this a bit of a heads up. It's like this script deals with heavy subject matter. I don't know if you need, I don't know if scripts are supposed to come with trigger warnings or content warnings, but like maybe like a page at like the page after the title is like just a heads up, this script contains mentions of this
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Script. But it's like, I mean, go forth if this is your vision, if this is how you want to do it. Just, this is, for lack of a better metaphor, a script with a lot of sharp edges, and not everybody is going to be okay with that. I'm not saying soften it. I'm not saying round them off. I'm not saying blunt your words. I'm saying maybe refine them just a little bit. There's a lot in this that is very like.
And there's gonna be people that love it and hate it for anything, no matter what you do. But just because it is such a sensitive topic, it is just something to think about.
Mm-hmm.
And like with that, like any movie, even if it has super smooth edges and it fits right in it, I mean, unless it's, I guess, super perfect, it's going to be super, super difficult to make. So again, like they were saying, don't just change it for that. And maybe because it hits so hard, and not that it's perfect as is and doesn't need any refinement, but maybe because it hits so hard, that might be why it might stand out for somebody, right person.
Yeah, it's a weird one. This one I thought when I wrote it. So this is the one that I wrote in 7 days of writing. It was an idea that I had years and years ago. And to go into a little bit, my family has experienced a lot of suicide. My one daughter's lost many friends, and it's a lot. So and the thing with the boy getting shot happened in my family, but he didn't make it. So a lot of it is stuff that I've seen. And I think even though after I wrote it, I thought this has nothing to do with me, I like, this is just an idea that I had and I went with it. When I read it back, I was like, ooh, like there's stuff in here that other than the thing with the Christmas tree and everything with the boy getting shot, that I knew, but I don't know the story fully. It's just from my childhood. My cousin got shot when he was 11. He was the same age as me. We were the same age together. Kind of all over. So that I knew came from my life. The rest of it, I was like, it's just made up stuff. But then after, when I read it over again, and it like really, it made me really emotional. That's why I haven't read it again and I haven't worked on it, because it's like, it's so heavy that I'm like, I can't go there again.
Yeah.
Then I realized that it's more personal than I thought it was. Interesting to get to. It's an interesting realization when it's like, this is not, I don't know where it came from. This isn't my life or anything, but I don't know. And like Vicky, when you're so empathetic, if you hear about stuff, it can become a part of who you are in a way. Not, I don't know if I'm saying that right, but it can affect you so strongly that you have to deal with it in some way, even if it's not a part of your own life. So this is where it came out in this thing.
All right.
So a lot of the questions I don't have answers to, but the idea I had years ago, and it was that many levels, and then it would get worse. Like the idea was that someone would die and then they'd die again and it would get better, and it was like, oh, this is better, so let's do it again. And then all of a sudden it got like hell. I don't know why I had that idea, but I did, and then this came out of that. As far as referencing things, I don't think I'd like to hear the thoughts on what you thought they're referencing. I hadn't seen Requiem for a Dream until after I wrote it, so I don't know if that was the one, but I had seen What Dreams May Come. I didn't realize that I was referencing it. No, I was.
Well, I mean, you can do something almost on its own, and people can find similarities to other things.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The butterfly, I mean, a butterfly in a cocoon and dying to its old self and coming up to, that's kind of a common
Metaphor.
Yeah. But the black with blue, I just imagined it and I wrote it, and then I looked it up afterwards, and I found that it had a lot more significance than I thought it did, which was interesting. And I think there was a fox in there too, and the crab. But I may have looked the crab up before I put it in. I can't remember now. The names I looked up.
I was gonna ask. I was like, yeah, I don't think anybody just comes up with Ayaska.
No, the names I definitely looked up.
What did you guys think about those names in the moment that they're both explained immediately after each other? To me, it felt a little like kind of forced exposition at that time. Like, let me tell you what Ayaska means. Now let me tell you what the other name means right there.
I think one thing to be careful of is using too much of the name. I noticed, at least for Cole's character, and at least one part of the script, every line that he had the Ayaska name in it. So you'd say, like, you'd give the question, but then he'd ask Ayaska blah, 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 or Ayaska this. So just be careful of using the name too many times.
Yeah, I definitely noticed that. I also noticed I say I'm sorry a lot.
Well, you're Canadian, so.
Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Okay, question regarding the name, not... So I'm guessing Eve is because she's like, kind of like the solitary female, or because she's like gonna give birth to something new, or was the name less biblical symbolic than that?
I think I had a reason when I wrote it. Yeah, and in fact, I know I did, but I don't remember what it was. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm actually
taking the fruit from his tree.
Well, the one thing that I was actually like, I was like kind of bracing slightly was I had this weird concern in the back of my head because Cole's dad was gone and her dad was gone. I was like, oh, please tell me they're not like somehow secretly half siblings or something. I was like, especially with her very clearly being pregnant. I was like,
yeah. No, but actually, I think it. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
I think it actually was to do with the forbidden fruit but it flipped it.
Okay. I mean, I did like it. I don't know if there was like any particular symbolism to Cole's name because like Cole is black and it stains a lot. It has purpose. It has uses. You can do a lot with it. And like if you crunch it down, you can make like diamonds out of it. But I think it's also interesting because like it burns, and every time he makes contact with something, he's the one that gets injured. But it's also, I don't know. He seems to have this weird concern about like for not seeming to care about things, and even though he clearly does, he seems to be very concerned about the mark he's leaving. And I don't know if that was like intentional. Like Cole would leave like dust or smudges, and so he's leaving his trace all over everything and everybody whose life he's kind of brushing against. They're constantly getting like these bits left on them. Like, I mean, and he occasionally gets the literal blowback of that. I mean, when he accidentally shoots his brother and like a bit of I think he said the brain matter hit him. And I'm like, okay. I mean, that it's kind of like a cross transfer or something, but it was I don't know. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but that's about say about a third of the way through the script when he starts mentioning stuff. I was kind of wondering if like that's why you picked the name, because I was like, so he's Cole, so he's number one, he's got dark hair, and then you drop the whole, he's got the, he's got like a little bit of, he's a mixed breed. I'm like, okay, so he would have, I don't know, maybe it's not that symbolic. Again, kind of like Heather earlier, maybe we're just reading way too much into it, but it's like, I don't know, if you want to take any of this and run with it and just be like, that was my intention all along, I absolutely would hold against you if you said it was. And it's also your vision, and we won't hold it against you if you say that it's not. So
yes. Now that you brought that up, Petra, I want to ask, what did you think about my comments about the 4 different climaxes? Do you think there are 4 different climaxes? And then Angelina, it was meant for Angelina. Sorry.
Oh, Petra can answer too.
Yeah, you can both answer. I don't care, but what do you think? I feel like after the 4th climax, the rest of the story was trying to resolve everything.
Okay, well, see, what you're considering like a climax is more like kind of like a pause point on a story. It's like it gets to a point and then it shifts focus. I think it's more a shift in focus. Or
well, climax is a revelation and a surprise. It's like a revelation, and that's what a climax is.
Right. When I think of climax from like a storytelling standpoint, I'm thinking like everything is building to this point, and after that it resolves. So I don't consider each like reveal or the things that we're learning to be climaxes. They're like information. I would maybe say that like there are 2 main climaxes in the movie from like just from the what I consider a climax from a storytelling standpoint. I only saw about 2. So, but if you, again, your interpretation, your experience with this is going to be very different from mine, and that's fine. So if you're, but like you're yeah, I don't know. I do feel that some, like I said earlier, it's like there's the planting and payoff with some stuff that I think is very well done. And then there's a lot of questions which may or may not have been intentional, which may or may not even be in there. It's like just there's a lot of stuff that doesn't seem answered at the end. And whether that's intentional or not, or, I mean, you can go into this and walk out of it and question everything. And you can go into this and go, okay, this was my interpretation of it. I see it more as a journey through the grieving process, and he has to get to acceptance. And it's also kind of like unresolved, like getting past yourself. It's like it's a little bit unresolved business to get to the other side, but also even if it's just going on the journey of like, this is all the stuff that I have done, an analysis of your own life. My only thing is like, it seems like Eve maybe should have been more a part of that, because she did feel like more of a main character, and then she kind of got sidelined. But if Cole's journey is the focus of it, and part of that also being like Ayaska's journey, then that's something that's totally valid too. It's like, but that was my interpretation of it, is like a lot of stuff wasn't answered, but maybe it didn't need to be, because you can interpret it as you go.
Yeah, I'd like, oh, sorry.
You just popped on another question of mine. You can answer the climax thing first and then answer the question about, like, did he go back? And I feel like there could be a sequel. I mean, I know you heard all this, but I want to hear your thoughts.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay. As far as climate, like there's the inciting incident of like death. We can't really go back from that, or at least we thought. I wanted to hear more about that, so I'm going to rewatch that because I wanted to hear what you said about that.
Okay.
For sure. As far as a sequel, I wouldn't even know where to begin.
Did he go back?
Did he go back? I think he went. I think he left. He
went to the white light.
I think he did. And that's where, like, the realization that, wow, this is the next step. This is what I'm supposed to do. And it finally, for him, something had more meaning. Like, throughout it, he kept, what's the meaning? What is the meaning of this? Is it real? Well, yes, everything's real. It all has meaning. So then it was like, oh, this is it. Like a wow, eureka.
So
Nope.
he basically went back, and so you could make a sequel showing what he's learned and how he's going to pass that on to this child he supposedly has.
He didn't,
She said,
he's
yeah, go
dead.
ahead.
Or
Oh, he's
sorry,
dead?
dead.
Yeah.
Well, no, I shouldn't say that.
No, you say
Well,
it.
no, I mean it's
You
In
should
my
say it.
eye,
sorry, go ahead, Vicky, please.
Oh,
Was
Vicky,
it Vicky?
Oh.
Who was about to talk? I'm sorry, I jumped over.
Angelina.
well, in my eyes, that was he was gone.
I personally would like to feel or see more in the movie what you just said right there about him, and I don't know how to do it, but him understanding that, coming to that conclusion, or that he's done all these things, and that understanding that made him decide to go through it.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah.
you mentioned it right now, so you have something, but I didn't notice that come
Yeah, I
across in the
didn't feel
movie.
that. Okay. Yeah.
But at the same time, I mean, number one, I would not expect him back for a sequel. I wouldn't expect either of them back. Number one, this is a very skipping back and making the right number one. I feel this ends, and you absolutely could get more out of it, but I don't expect anything else. Like, I understand this is an endpoint, and I'm okay with that. So, like,
Same.
I'm not, it wasn't like entirely satisfying, but it's a good story. It ends at a point that makes sense. We're not getting every answer, but the interpretation that I took away from this is they both have kind of resolved what was holding them here. And the two big things about it are acceptance and moving past your unresolved business. And I think at least he looks back and he sees his mom holding Eve's hand. It's like, in that moment, that it's one visual little note, and I'm like, the two of them have now connected over him and the kid. And I'm like, that's good. That right there, that one little visual note, I'm like, I see his mom and her like holding hands, and I'm like, okay, and that's it. Like, that's why he can let go.
Yeah.
They're set. The families they're not whole. They're not, I mean, they were broken before, but it's like they're not whole by any means, but they're okay. They're going to be together. They're going to work together as like a cohesive unit around everybody in it. And that's why I was like,
each other.
yeah. And see, that right there is like, I'm okay with that. That makes sense to me. Everything about it, that overarching thing makes sense to me. So I'm like, I don't expect him to come back. If you were going to do any type of a follow-up to this, I would say focus on Eve and the kid and what their journey is after this.
Yeah.
But
I still believe that he still thinks the same way he did at the start, that he's not going to be good for a child. And he may have found some forgiveness for himself, but I don't think he feels he should be going back.
Yeah, kind of like the dad, the same repeat thing. But
Yeah.
but like Petra saying right
there.
Like Petra saying it right there, like maybe it all was there and I just missed it. You know what I mean? So, because when you said that, I'm like, yeah, if that comes across clear, that'd be fine too.
There is. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say it's just the same point I made a couple of times now. It's just everybody's interpretation of this is going to be different, and that it also includes our interpretation of your vision as opposed to what your interpretation and your vision was meant to be. But I'm like,
and I like that.
I'm totally fine with it. It's like, it makes sense to me. I could go and explain the majority of this and be like, I think this is what it was, and I'm okay with that. So
I did put things in it that I felt like I didn't think it was necessary to answer, but I thought it could be fun for people who want to delve further into something. Like the butterfly and like the names. Well, I don't think I even needed to say what the names meant, because people could look it up themselves and be like, oh, this actually has meaning. And that might be fun. But
like that was one I felt like about some of the questions not being answered. Like you said, you might not even need to ask that. Like that was like a question I felt like I'll tell you later. I'll answer it later. Like it's just a name. Why does that matter? Like that's not something to hold to later. That's not that one's didn't seem consequential enough
Yeah.
for that type of thing to me.
Yeah. But yeah, no, the other little the symbolic things in it that I just thought I'll put them in there, but I don't need to draw any more attention to it. If it's important to somebody, they can look at it. And for me, it's kind of my own fun thing, but it's nice that somebody else could notice as well.
Yeah, that's great. And yeah, lots of filmmakers do that with the colors they choose, the names they
Yeah.
choose, all those
So
elements.
for me, I thought it would have.
At the time. So.
What's that?
Oh, I said little things that like show up in the background. Like there was a script that I read. I'm so annoyed it has never been done, but there's this recurring theme of one specific flower, and it shows up at the very beginning, and it's like in every major scene, it's somewhere in the thing, and then in this one very specific scene, the vase tips over and there are no flowers in it. I'm like, oh, and it's just this tiny little thing, and it wasn't until I was reading the script that I even noticed it. But I was like, it's something simple like that. But you can put stuff in that isn't meant to be interpreted and isn't meant to be, and someone else is going to go this deep dive analysis of like the symbolism of every single thing. It's like she tilted her head to the left instead of the right. It's like that doesn't necessarily have any meaning, but if it has meaning to you, that's fine.
Yeah, which was why it was actually a really fun experiment to just decide I was going to write this in such a short period of time, because it allowed me no time at all to second guess anything or to to judge anything that I wrote. Anything that I wrote, it was like, okay, it's on the paper, it's staying, that's that. I'd sit and imagine the scenes as they come up, and then I'd write them down, and then I'd actually write the script. But I have to shut the chat because that's completely
distracting.
And
on that note, what?
Sorry, I was going to say, overall, I think there's a lot of imagery in the script, which the imagery and the dialogue is what really makes it what it is. And I wouldn't change anything about that. I wouldn't take out any of those things. I think all that needs to be done is just the refining, like maybe looking at the themes, and then also identifying how you can make the guy character, his story, more empathetic to the audience.
Yeah.
So it's more adding, less taking out.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And I did want to show, because he does talk about he's lonely. He's always alone. And that it didn't really show much about his family, but maybe I could show that he's alone while showing more of his family and show a little bit more of his life.
It's like they say, show don't tell.
Yeah.
I mean, like he says he's always alone, but you don't really show why he feels that way. There's a bit of a disconnect.
Okay.
I mean, like even just the opening scene where he comes down and like gives his brother like a bowl of ice cream for breakfast. It's like start at like 2 pages earlier or like a page earlier and just show us him in his room, and there was like nothing of personality or something in the room. Like he is sitting there, and this could be like a guest room or something. There's nothing of personality until he reaches down, grabs the briefcase, and like goes downstairs. And all of a sudden you realize, oh, this isn't an apartment. This is like his house with people in it. And you didn't know any of that until like they show up on the screen. And it's something, it's just something like that. Just some idea of like, or he doesn't notice something going on or something around him. Just a little signpost.
I agree. I don't think you need to take, or I don't think you need to not focus on the girl. I think you just need to focus equally as much on the boy.
Okay. Give a little more. All right. Yeah.
I meant to ask this.
Oh.
Go ahead. You. Please.
I was going to say, I always think, because they say get in late and get out early. So, but I guess I got in a little too late. It would have been good.
Just comparatively to to Eve, the amount of time spent.
Yeah.
Or the attention of relationships. Go ahead.
Well, it's also, there isn't, I don't think I find it hilarious that like there are people in my life that hate when I start a story and it's like, I started at this point and I take you out at this point and that's it. There's nothing before and there's nothing after. There's what you see in this little moment. And I don't mind a slice of life story like that. I'm okay that we don't have pages of backstory. We get a little bit of that later. We get the exposition drops, but I'm okay that we don't see these characters. This isn't Boyhood, okay? We don't see them from like little kid to grown up, and I'm okay with that. It's just a little bit of like I think it could work with what you have. Like I said, it's just a little bit of refining. Like we have this with Eve, maybe a little bit of polishing or reworking of the scene with Cole and his family. Just give it kind of that same emotional weight where it's like you look at it and you understand without having to like explain this happened or whatever. I like the fact that we see a flashback of both of them. I like the fact that we see this very specific event for both of them. And like, you know, with her, it's the ashes, and with him, it's what happened with his brother. But it's like, yeah, it's just something about it. Just it's. I'm not sure why. I can't exactly articulate why it feels just a little bit unbalanced, even though we see very similar things.
Did you guys feel cheated that it wasn't her in the end, that it was more his story? Or no? Okay.
A tiny bit. Like I said, I was okay with that shift, but it did feel like, oh, it shifted. I don't know if it was
like a lie.
Was it that it was too abrupt of a shift and it felt like it seemed like you were building up? Was it like the Marion Crane thing from Psycho where you're expecting it to be her story and then it's not? Or was it more just that just happened to be your expectation, and when it was not the case, it feels a little weird? So.
Yeah, but unlike the Psycho where it's clear and obvious when it happens, it's like, whoa, it was just, is this happening or is it changing or not? And then she's just gone. She's just gone.
Yeah, it's a little bit more nebulous.
It was all her and now it's all him. And it's just...
Okay, so that was great.
What's that?
Sorry, no, it's just okay. So that's more what it was, at least for Jacob. It's that it doesn't have like that very clear delineation. It seems more, they're kind of both going on together. They're like almost like, you know, parallel sine waves or something. And then after a while, it's like all of a sudden she disappears and he keeps going. And it's like,
right. You'd think you'd follow her along instead of stay with him.
Yeah. It's like either, I don't even know that you necessarily should shift the focus on it, because it's not that he needs to be more the main character. Just maybe he's a little skeletal at the moment, a little bit more flesh on him, because for whatever reason she stands out more, even though she's definitely a main character. She's not the main.
I actually,
she feels like the main character.
My intention when I started was that she would be the main character, and that surprised me.
Yeah, well, and that's
and I think
almost like you have that expectation subversion, but it's like go now that you've read it through, now that we've read it through, it's like, do you see a point where you would change that and make her more the focus, or like, or make him the focus and just maybe dial her down a little bit? Or do you want to leave it where you kind of see them and think they're both going to be the main character or whatever, and then he just becomes more the focus? Because all are valid. It's just, I think
right now I'm leaning more towards adding fleshing him out more.
Yeah.
He should be.
Yeah.
He shouldn't be a skeletal character, even if he is skeleton.
Yeah.
I meant to ask this before we brought Angelina on.
Okay,
but
I'll set myself up then.
At any point when you guys were reading this or and stuff, because I know this might have been a concern of hers in the past, did you guys ever go, oh, I'm judging this writer of like, I can't believe they wrote this, or I can't believe they thought this, or these subjects, or this stuff about the writer themselves? It didn't feel like that from any of your guys' comments and responses, but...
No. I'm not saying that wouldn't be the case with certain viewers. It's like there are absolutely people I'm like, why would you write this? Why would this be the focus of your story? Why is this a story you felt needed to be told? Why in this manner or whatever? I don't feel judgy. If anything, and I love you, Angel, I really do. It needed like one more pass with an editor. I'm like sitting there going, do not engage editor brain. Do not engage editor brain. It doesn't matter that it's the wrong form of the word. that was more the thing that I was having to shut my brain off about. I don't think it's not badly written. It's not, do not let that be the takeaway, please.
No, but
In
what
no
I
way
mean,
am I saying, yeah, is this badly?
what I meant is like, oh, they knew about drugs or they're doing drug use. You don't like think, oh, the writer's a druggie. You're just thinking this character.
No.
Right.
And again, I don't know if that's like my personal backstory. I know a lot of random stuff. There's a reason my nickname is Petropedia. It's like, but I don't know. It's kind of the rule of movie logic. It's like, okay, if we never see the character sleep, why aren't they dead from exhaustion? If we never see a character take a drink of water in the 2-hour span of a movie, why aren't they dead of dehydration? It doesn't matter. The stuff that we're being told and shown, the way that these characters were created, is the logic and rule of the writer, and that includes the research that they may or may not have done into something. It doesn't mean it's personal experience. Not everything is from that. I'm not saying that Roland Emmerich must be like, a Mac user who married a stripper and has 2.5 kids and is also American. I'm like, just because I saw Independence Day, I don't think that. I know better. I actually know a lot about his backstory. And I'm like, even if I didn't, though, I don't automatically assume that anything that's going on in somebody's script, the presentation, the story they choose to tell, has anything to do with any of that. Also, I think it's been entirely your feed. It's a little weird. I'm like looking at you and I'm talking. It's like...
Okay. Well, Vicky, Heather, Morgan, any?
I don't personally judge. I mean, I've read a lot of interesting things from writers, and I don't think it necessarily, especially being a writer, I don't think sometimes we write in a way where we're trying to evoke something. We're just writing what we feel. And so I don't think there's any judgment there. Coming from an industry point though, I think some people, because of the topic, might think that in some instances in the script, it may have been taken insensitively.
Yeah.
Just, coming from an outsider's perspective, thinking of the industry and certain people who might read it, that's just my point of view. But I myself, no, I wouldn't judge that.
All right. Anyone else? All right. That was it. That was all I wanted to say or see. Come back, Angelina.
Oh,
You didn't have to actually leave. I was just
no, that's okay.
fixing it.
I had a thought and then it just left.
I did that. Yeah. I hate that.
Oh, which name did you know the meaning to, Petra?
Oh, the I asked her, I was like, I think I know that name. And then I looked, I was like, wait a minute, I definitely know that name. And I was like, yeah, it means he who speaks it's like he who speaks of white. And it literally was just somebody who spoke English in the tribe, which I found it's sort of like, it's an interesting name that until you look at exactly what it means, it's not actually that interesting. So it's a cool subversion. I mean, he does point out, it's like, it's kind of a boring name. It doesn't actually mean anything that cool.
Yeah.
But the character is, I think if nothing else, it actually, if you're looking at it both as a literal interpretation, he who speaks the white, he never brings up the fact that the giant white wall is about there to like eat them or spit something out at them. But he also is kind of the interpreter, I guess, of the realm that they're in. So I thought it worked.
And they're the longest, yeah. What did you guys think about? I actually really like the character Ayaska, but that's how I was pronouncing it. I don't know if it's proper, Ayaska.
That is how it's pronounced. It's supposed to be Ayaska, not Aiska, but
yeah.
Once somebody started pronouncing it, I'm like, I'll just go with how they're pronouncing it.
Yeah. So I like that he seems like one of those, oh, come on, man, get over yourself. You don't have to put on this whatever, this, I don't know, this, I can write it, I can't speak. It just seemed like a character that's kind of icky, like, you think you're a shaman, okay, you're talking all this stuff that doesn't have any meaning to it really, but it does, but to some people, they'd be like, whatever, you don't know what you're talking about. But it goes from that and to him being like, well, no, this is what she needs. I know this isn't me. I know this is me putting on a face, a facade or whatever. But this is what she needs. So I liked that it was the character that we think we know what we're looking at, and then he completely changes to taking off his mask, and he's just a regular guy. So he's just been there a long time, alone in his thoughts and observations. So,
Right. Angelina, did you have any questions you wanted to ask the group?
What did you guys think worked the best? Like, did you have any favorite spots or favorite parts of it?
The visuals are definitely really cool. Like, if you could, I'm getting almost like a little bit of Big Fish aesthetic with like Ego the Living Planet when they go there in Guardians of the Galaxy 2 with like and a lot of it was like a little bit of What Dreams May Come. Like, you're just, whether those are intentional parallels or not, I could absolutely see this being done like in a film. So I think the visuals, if nothing else, are very well done, and the execution of Eve, especially at the beginning, I think was really well done, because like I said, she feels so much more fleshed out in this weird way. And again, the right actor for Cole, I think, could absolutely make his parts work a little bit better, but something about the way that you have just the few moments that we see of her feels very revelatory. I feel more connected with her from those bits than I do with Cole. But that's a really cool that's a really cool thing to have done. It's like that. I was like, yeah, it's so simple, and it doesn't need anything else. It's just simple as best, and it worked. And your visuals are really, really cool. So I like that too.
I liked the family scenes, seeing people. I mean, they weren't necessarily happy family scenes, but they were people actually functioning as a family, and as someone who didn't exactly grow up in a super functional family from what I can remember, like, always seeing a family at least trying to function and making the best of the situation they have. That's actually seeing that kind of thing, people making the best of the situation they have and not just wasting the time they have together well. It's nice to see when people try to make the best of what they have, despite circumstance.
Thank you.
Mine is the graveyard scene. I've told you that because I think it's just very authentic dialogue, which I personally love. I love both as an actor and as a writer to see something that sounds real but also pretty, and it's a very hard thing to do, to make something sound pretty and also real. And I think that scene particularly does that really well.
Oh, good.
The first one or the second one?
The first graveyard scene where it's the two characters sitting together.
Okay.
I didn't know if it was maybe too flowery or okay.
No, I think there's a fine line, of course, when doing it, but I think that one specifically is done really nicely. And I also like when they first get to the cliff.
When they first do,
she's screaming into the ocean.
Oh, yeah, that it's that scene, that sort of sex scene. It feels so uncomfortable to me, because it just is like, she's not into it, man.
She's out of it entirely. It's extraordinarily. Ugh.
It's so icky. It's so icky. Yeah. There's not an ounce of romance or even sexiness to it. It's just it's kind of repulsive as far as, so anyways, that, but I feel like it needed to be there.
Okay.
Because it shows just how, like, if you can't even take pleasure in that, where's your life? I mean, not that she should be, she's too young.
See, I wasn't reading that as like a if she can't take pleasure in that thing on her part at all. I was absolutely looking at that as like a dissection of his character.
Yeah.
Like, I get that he's slightly more out of his head than, or slightly less out of his head than she is, but I'm like, nothing about that. It is borderline non-consensual, and I was like,
it was absolutely, yeah.
I was deeply uncomfortable reading it, but I'm like, that I think speaks so much to him, less about her engagement with the world, and so much more about him.
He's really kind of a disgusting character at first, in my eyes.
What I like about that though is that there's a sense of emotion that you can feel just within the writing. It's like I feel anger in that scene. There's an emotion that you can feel without actually having to say it, which is really good. I like to be able to feel something without somebody telling me how to feel.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Some show not tell there. Okay. All right.
It was a very icky part. But
you know, you always write such interesting scripts, like all of you do, all the ones that we performed. I'm very glad to have done this. I'm very glad to have performed the ones that we performed. So kudos to all those who have written, and I hope we get to perform more scripts next time.
Yes, and yours or Petra's or someone.
Yes,
they're gonna come, I promise.
Get to writing, guys.
Right.
Vicky,
don't wait till the next deadline. Act like the deadline's sooner than the next deadline.
So much in like 4 days, and I'm like, I wasn't gonna get it done.
Good job.
It's just a matter of finishing.
Vicky, did you have a part or a part of it that really worked for you?
Quite a few, but I liked when they went to the blue house and the father started revealing himself, and there was something about the hot chocolate. I don't know why, but that really worked for me because he was showing his true human side instead of pretending to be this shaman. Yeah.
Cool. And the parts that didn't work, that stood out to any of you? I know you did talk about some, but any big ones that you want to reiterate, or any confusion?
I don't know that any of it's necessarily a big part. It's just like little parts of a few scenes that don't quite work, but they all kind of don't work in very similar ways. In a lot of cases, it's just something as simple as like not saying the name on every single line, and some of them more dialogue, or maybe stripping a little bit of that down. But like I said, I mean, this is a lot of it is really well done. It's like the visuals and the emotions that you were able to occasionally grab with like a plier and rip out of us, whether it's not voluntary most of the time. We're just kind of going with it, but no, it's a very well done script. It's just it's gonna be a hard sell because it's a hard watch. I mean, it was a hard read. It's a hard visual in your head. It's a very cool visual, but it's like
it's hard to get through.
Yeah, it was a fascinating read though.
Is there any point you guys felt the movie wasn't progressing, or no? If all the time you're engaged, you want to see what happens next, and
I felt like I was engaged. It goes back to the thing that I was saying earlier, though, if the characters just keep asking questions. After a while, it's like, is anything going to be answered? I'm frustrated when reading, just because I don't know what's happening.
So maybe they answer one before they ask another one or something.
Can I ask what, like an example of that?
I'd have to pull up the script.
Yeah.
I'll look through it and I'll tell you. It's a lot of just the characters going back, and when you notice that there's question marks for a lot of the dialogue throughout many of the scenes, just take a look at that. because when they're asking a bunch of questions, and the audience also doesn't know the answer to the questions, that's when there's too much of that, because you can definitely have some of it in a script, but when there's a lot of it, yeah, it starts to get confusing.
Yeah.
And I think just because I get where you're going, because I like that kind of style, kind of like spooky, like kind of like everything's a riddle, but at the same time, I think just not as much.
Okay.
Make it very intentional.
Yeah, I'll have to go through. I know that when I heard you guys reading it, there were things that came up for me, and I was like, one of them was the use of the names so often. I was like, oh, come on, just cut back with that.
Be careful also with using things like for the last time.
Did I say that?
A couple of times, yeah.
For the last time?
Yeah, just things that say time in a script, like for the last time, or always, or things like that.
Things that have a sense of either finality or a weird degree of like specificity can be, I think, a little bit much. Especially it's like, okay, clearly this is at least somewhat nebulous. So I think having anything that's like specific, and also the for the last time things seem to be, I guess, a little strict in a way that we have not seen rules set up that would indicate it's this for the last time, that for the last time, or anything really being explained to where that feels.
Well, you have to remember that the audience is not reading the script.
Yeah.
They don't know it's the last time.
Yeah, I just looked it up, and it was on page 92. So yeah.
I used asked Cole repetitively about, I don't remember the exact wording, but what were you doing this for?
Yeah.
It seemed a little bit too much.
Okay. Yeah.
Quite a few times. It felt like about 6, but maybe not that many.
I felt that at that same moment too. Like, I get he's trying to get it out of him. He's trying to pull it out of him, and I think that's good. But I did get where I'm like, all right, come on.
Yeah. Your answer the question
for that is always go in threes.
Yeah.
Threes in dialogues, threes in rhythm, everything in threes. So you can ask it 3 times.
All right, cool. Well, we've gone for a while.
It was better than I thought it would be, because I like it. I remember liking it, but I hadn't read it for a long time. And then I thought, well, I forget. I think I read a little bit of it, and I was like, there's so many F words in this. I don't know.
But like, again, it was true to what the characters might say at those moments. So
I think it was. There might have been a little too much, but I also like that age. Sometimes when they do use the F-bomb, they do use it excessively, and it's like, that's just a character. And
it didn't feel like it was put in for shock value or anything. It felt it felt as authentic as anything that they were saying. So, and there were some very authentic moments in this that felt like the dialogue sounded like something someone would say. The way they were describing something or reacting to something felt very natural. Not everything, but there were some really good scenes in there. So.
You think
there was one line in particular that you said, "You are back." If you just changed it to "you're back."
Okay. Oh yeah.
To make it.
Yeah, I know where.
Just like, yeah, like going through and just even saying it out loud helps so much. Just say it out loud and see if it sounds natural.
It was one of your guys' lines. And yeah, when it came out, I was like, oh, I guess I did write it that way. Which is why it's so nice to have a table reading, because you can hear all those parts that are like, nah, that didn't work.
Now, if it's like intentional, where because I've noticed that people whose first language is not English tend to not use contractions, and people who have a very formal sense of speech and personality and stuff tend to say that as well. They don't use contractions. I'm actually in the middle of a story right now where when it's in one character's POV, almost every other section is like just it's contractions. They think in a very different way. And when it's the other character, I go through and intentionally take out almost every contraction unless it's kind of necessary or something, because they think in a very structured and formal, even their thought process is the way that they speak.
And I do want that different for Eve when the very last world. I want it to be different for her because she's different. She's
and if the speech pattern is meant to reflect that, I think that's fine.
Yeah, I can't remember if it is or not. So
I think it's the issue.
Yeah, because it was said, and then I was like, oh, did I write it? And then, but I don't know. If it's in that part, then I meant for it to be there. But if it's not in that part, I don't want it there. So I have to look back and see.
And something as simple as changing the way a character speaks is a good subtle marker for something being different. So like because that's the thing, you have this montage of Cole like killing himself and doing stuff that makes him happy and then doing stuff that makes him sad. And I'm like, I wasn't sure if that's all like in the same level or layer or whatever we're talking about. There doesn't seem to be, if it's meant to be more delineative, like this is this, this is this, this is this, it needs a little bit more clarification that this is something different than this is something different than this is something different. Even if the house it goes from like blue to white to green or something, some tiny signpost. And the dialogue would be fine with that if you change the way that they're speaking. So like if you have her where she's speaking very distinctively and saying something like, you are whatever, as opposed to, oh, hey, you're this, or we're that. If that's the subtle change, I think that could work as well. But it does get a little bit muddly because there's like long stretches where I can't tell if something's different. And then stretches where I'm like, is this meant to be the same place? Is this different? So that just, if you're going to do it, and I think it's there. It's just like I said, a little bit of refinement, maybe shift this point back and this point forward and have a little bit more distinction between point A, point B, point C, this level, this level, this level, especially if it's meant to be that's what it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just Vicky. Clear it up.
Did you have a thought, Vicky? No? Okay. Sorry. I saw the mute go unmute somehow. Okay, she's getting ready to say something. I guess not. But
I really enjoyed you guys' characters and everything.
Yeah, you guys did great.
We enjoyed.
And thank you, Angelina, for offering up your script.
Yes.
My pleasure. I was terrified. I think when I finally posted it, I didn't see that anyone had put any on. I was just like, oh, our things coming up and nobody's put anything up there.
I think it was a very good read, and I think there'll be more in December, but it's kind of late. I think we're all tired.
Yes, I do think it's time for us to wrap it up.
Yeah, I really appreciate all you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, you're all amazing.
Yes, and thank you so much for all the feedback, because I love hearing all of it.
Oh, if you want more, you can always PM me. You have my Facebook.
Yes.
Well, and props to you, because not a lot of people can write a feature.
Yes.
That was fun. It was fun. Yes. I want to do it again.
But
you should.
Yeah. I know. Yeah. I don't even know how I thought that I knew how I did it. I thought all I did was write it for the 7 days, but then I went back and I saw all my notes, and I had written a whole bunch of notes. I just forgot. It was within 10 days, but there were 3 days in there that I was not writing at all. So 7 days of writing. Honey, hun, I'm on a call and I'm not muted. So
yeah, it's
and you also said you had you thought about it years before, right?
I did.
You might not have done the whole story, but some of it.
Yeah, just so the initial idea, and I don't remember where it came from, but I had the visual of these two young people running into taking their vehicle and running into a wall. And then I thought they come back. And I think actually where the idea came from was, it's called Risk Cutters, a Love Story.
Yep.
And it's such a good movie.
Yeah.
And I think it was around the time that I watched that this idea came to me of what would happen if if they got there and then they, did that again, but it became better. And then they're like, let's try it again, because things get a little bit, stale. Because I wanted an analogy to life, which is things can get beautiful, but then you're around it all the time and you take it for granted. And then so you want more, so you get more and better and more beautiful, and it's wonderful, it's amazing. It could even be an analogy to relationships where people are always searching for the new one and the new one. And so they want better and better, but it's maybe not even necessarily better. It's just different. So it feels better. And then all of a sudden it gets boring. It's like, I don't want this anymore. So then the new one and the new layer until they get to where it's not better. It's like everything is so much worse. It's not like the beginning. It's like so much further down. In my mind, hell. So that's where the idea came from. And then I just started writing it, and I would write a certain amount, and then if I get stuck, I just daydream. And then when I come up with another idea and I'd imagine the next scene, I would write the little points out, and then I'd write the scene fully, and then keep writing. I think that's what I did. But it was fun. So it's I think a good project to do. A good, can't think of the word. Just try it sometime.
A good challenge, huh?
A challenge, that's the word. Yes, thank you.
All right. Well, I don't think it'll be much of a challenge for any of us to go to sleep.
No, I think
Tonight.
Right.
you guys can sleep.
And I think a lot of you should soon. So, with that note, yeah, what?
Yes. Good night,
Yes.
everyone.
Good night.
Thank you, everybody, for all your time,
Thank you.
all
And thanks
your-
for coming here too, Jacob.
sharing your skills, sharing your abilities. All right. Yeah. All right. Everyone, be safe. All right. Take
Be
care.
safe. Don't work too hard.
All right. Good night.